Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
Well, here we go, friends. It is the last roundup, final event of the season for 2023. The Minn Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. Down below us, seen Clayton, New York, our home city, our home base for operations here on the mighty, mighty St. Lawrence River. A big 4 days of fishing coming up here. There's an important player in this game, Brandon Cobb, in the match for Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Going to see a lot of Canadian players against today. Rules of the game, 102 anglers. We've cut to 50 after 3 days in the top 10 on the final day, as always. And Mark Zona, if we have a measuring stick, how this is going to play out today. Last year is pretty darn tough. I mean, we had 61 anglers to bring in 20 pounds on day number one. Will it be that fast and furious to start with this year?
Well, I think really the X factor of this tournament right now, Tommy Sanders, is going to be really today. Talking to a lot of the anglers that we have on camera, some of the best to ever play ball on Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River. You look at the Johnstons, both of them said survive today. Catch 20 to 23 pounds, and then when the wind shifts out of the southeast that we're going to see predominantly all day long today, which is not a bad wind. It's going to gas. It's going to get up to 20 to 30 miles per hour. But just with the word east in southeast, it will open up areas on the U.S. side, but look for other areas to open up as this tournament goes along and the winds shift to the north-northeast.
All right, welcome everybody to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We have 7 hours of live coverage on the way for you today. It should be a lot of fun. And Ronnie Moore, we got a lot of scoreboards to look at today, not just one.
Yeah, the Angler of the Year race with Kyle Welcher, Brandon Cobb back to, head-to-head, 6 points apart. Don't forget about Drew Cook, 30 points back. And then you've got Shakir, Walters, and Cifuentes all within 42 points of the AOY lead. If this is the day that a lot of the locals are concerned about surviving, definitely the top 6 in our Angler of the Year race are going to be concerned with surviving that. We got 2 different strategies. Welcher going to the lake no matter what today. Cobb staying in the river, playing it somewhat safe, but we obviously know big ones live in the river. He catches the right 5. He can manage this tournament.
All right, well, we got plenty on our plate today. We got Such as well. Mike Such is going to be joining us. And Such, what are you looking at today?
Oh, all these races is going to be so interesting. Besides AOY, there's Rookie of the Year. Cifuentes is leading Fajita by 15 points. We got the guys making the classic cut and re-qualifying for the elites.
Well, Z, going to unlock the lake now.
Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. Monster playing field here. Taking a look at your Minn Unlock the Lake, really the northeast side of Lake Ontario. From Henderson Bay down to your right-hand side. Should be a big player today from Henderson Bay to the mouth of the river up near Cape Vincent. And about 15 miles from Cape Vincent, you see our takeoff right there in Clayton, New York. So much history here with the Bassmasters throughout the decades. Or you could decide, hey, I'm going to stay in the river and run up to areas we have seen in years past, all the way 80 miles towards Messina, places like Morristown, Ogdensburg, if you choose to fish in the river system. That being said, looking at your Minn Unlock the Lake, every tournament we've had here, if you can go to the lake, it has always been dominated out on the lake in years past. That is your Minn Unlock the Lake.
We talk about the history here. This is actually the 25th time that the Bassmasters have had a pro bass tournament here. A lot of history here. The size of the fish has changed. We'll talk about that. But let's talk about the 2 anglers locked in our Progressive Angler of the Year battle on top, Kyle Welcher and Brandon Cobb. Kyle Welcher with the lead now by 6 points.
And we've done a lot of articles, a lot of interviews about this battle all year long. And obviously Brandon Cobb holding his own the first few tournaments, not to be outdone by Kyle Welcher from Alabama, definitely making a rebound off of last year. And all of us talked about, Tommy, that, man, when we got north to St. Clair, to Champlain, somebody was going to slip up. That definitely has not been the case. Cobb and Welcher still holding their own for that Angler of the Year race.
Yeah, last week at Champlain was just the essence of an AOY race. Came in a 1 point difference separating the two. Brandon Cobb lost his lead. Kyle Welcher came back. Brandon Cobb came back, and at the end it was Welcher finishing higher by about 5 positions than Cobb.
And really, Ronnie nailed it last week. Ronnie called this early in the tournament Champlain for this event. Cobb going to play it a little bit safe today, little more shelter in the St. Lawrence River. Kyle Welcher all in on Lake Ontario.
And if you think about it, Tommy, it's been a close race all year. One event, it was a 49-point lead for Brandon Cobb over second place in AOY, but other than that, it's been less than 20 every single event. Those people who have been in the top have switched out, and obviously keeping an eye on a couple of our other guys on camera who will keep us clued in on Lake Ontario.
Well, our fishery bounds the border to Canada, and as we mentioned earlier, we'll have Canadian players today in the game for sure. How about the Johnston brothers? Chris Johnston, an impeccable record here at this particular waterway.
Yeah, and the one thing that we've always said, if you really watch how they fish this body of water, it's amazing. And here's why I say that, Tommy. They have made catching 23 to 28 pounds look so easy day after day in some of the best conditions and some of the worst conditions we have seen on this body of water. The one thing to look for, you see Corey Johnston right there, years past fishing very shallow at times. Don't look for that to be a very big player today with as much cloud cover as we have. A lot of our anglers, at least near Lake Ontario or out in the lake, more of a 17 all the way out to 40 feet of water. Shallow water game, not that big a player without sunlight here on the St. Lawrence River.
We're going to be in the boats with cameras with 6 of our anglers to start here on day number 1. Of course, we're going to include both Johnston brothers, Joey Cifuentes, Brandon Cobb, Kyle Welcher, Cooper Gallant in the mix as well. Let's get out to Brandon Cobb, who's getting a good start going today.
Are you a baby? I don't feel bad now. Not a giant. I don't think. I think he's like medium.
Cobb saying he was going to concentrate from 30
hard.
to 40 feet of water. And even though he didn't go to Lake Ontario, he's only about 2 miles from the mouth, an area we've seen in years past.
That was a single. I had like 20 of them a while ago and went and bite it, and this was a single one. They fight so much harder than they are. Like, we're gonna get him out. I mean, he's gonna be a good one, but he's not gonna be a giant. I think it's gonna be like a 6-pounder, like a 4 something. Not bad.
Not a bad start to the morning.
Good start. See what he weighs. Get us a little tally going here. Be hard to weigh him today in the waves, but makes culling a little bit easier. He is he's bigger than I thought. Almost a 5-pounder. It says 5'11", but he's not a 5. He's like a 4'90". The bouncing got me.
That's a good start for a medium 5-pounder right there. About, call it 2 miles southwest of Brandon Cobb, taking a look at Chris Johnston fishing right next to brother Corey Johnston. And they said their starting area had a bunch of good ones on them throughout practice. But again, you're looking at basically backup areas for the Johnston brothers before they make their way out into Lake Ontario.
Drop down on that one.
Chris made history in 2020, being the first Canadian to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event right here.
One thing we've learned about Chris Johnston and Corey Johnston, they do not mind fishing very close to each other. It just doesn't appear they like anybody else fishing around them.
I think they like to keep an eye on one another, too.
Talked about some of the advantages they would have or may have when it comes to the rough practice they had last year. They were way ahead of the curve.
How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? Shane LaHue, who's done well here, has a 5-0, 5-pounder on the board.
with only 2 days of practice this week, Tommy, them working together probably narrowed down the playing field a little bit when they can work together on that aspect of it.
And that shot right there, taking a look at Corey Johnston over the corner of Chris Johnston's boat, that southeast wind, what's better about that than a south or a southwest, areas like this, the wind actually gets broken up from obviously the tip of Cape Vincent, Fox and Grenadier Island. Just having that little bit of east in there opens up some areas to fish here today. Way worse if it was straight out of the south.
Yeah, baby. Call that number 2. Whew. So we came to the St. Lawrence River for. We're waiting a year for these bad boys. That's 2. All right. Let's go, boy. That's a good one. There was 2 of them there. Dropped down. A lot of times you can't get them dropping down here, and shocked that one bit. I'm seeing fish down there. They're just hard to get to bite, so.
Joey Fuentes, 2-time winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series this year. Seminole and St. Clair.
Yeah, and one thing you could tell a lot of the anglers that did not elect to get into the lake early this morning definitely got close to the lake. Every single person we've had on camera really within a mile and a half of Cape Vincent.
Not only is he our Rookie of the Year leader, Tommy, by 15 points over Kiyoya Fujita, our most recent champion. Also in 6th place in Angler of the Year, 42 points out. So it's within the realm of reason. A top 10 here for Joey. Around the cut line for the leaders. And then guys like Cook, Walters, and Shakira don't have to finish much lower than him for him to still pass them.
Drew Cook in 3rd with 30, I believe, points back.
Come on now. I am shaking like a leaf, boys and girls. First bite of the morning. Whew. Come on, let's get this one on the boat. Come on, girl, get up here. Come on now. Come on now, don't come off. Stay on there. Come on.
Showing 15 boats of our field have made their way into Lake Ontario, mostly from the mouth of the river towards the mouth of Chameau Bay.
It's getting close. Getting close. Getting close.
Drew.
Come on, girl.
Drew Cook.
Man, my boat's going too fast.
Fishing very, very far into the lake. Guaranteed it is ripping where he is out at one of the islands.
Well, he stated flat out he's fishing the lake today. He said there's no way he could get that job done, the Angler of the Year points job, without going into the lake. And you thought, wind calms a little bit, they're going to push further than ever down there this year.
Well, when we come out of the northeast tomorrow, you're going to see some crazy long runs in this tournament.
Choked it. First fish of the day. It's a good one. It's probably a 4.5.
Really, Fuentes with experience fishing here said a lot of these fish just so hard to catch in the river. With this place gets a lot of pressure now. I know a lot of our viewers fish here, vacation here.
Giant, but.
And Tommy, what I got to see here last year with Corey.
Forgot to tell her happy birthday this morning at weigh-in.
That's cute. Is the further you go into the lake,
good way to start the day.
The longer the run you make, the dumber they get.
That's weird.
Basically, the fish that are the most left alone now act the way these fish used to act a decade ago.
Back to Corey Johnston, 25 top 20s in his 5 years on the elites. He's had a 7th, a 9th, a 4th, and a 2nd here, and a 2nd and an open as well.
And he's the 2021 winner here when we fished the St. Lawrence River in September, mid-September. It took 78 pounds to win that
3 days,
for 3 days.
Corey and Chris, they know a lot of rocks out here. There are magic rocks that load up this time of year, very similar to the way guys used to catch them on Lake Erie throughout the decades. And Corey said, man, when the wind gets right in this tournament, it could get ugly during this event.
If you've watched this tournament the last few years, it has been in years past. The Canadian side has been off limits to fishing. It's available now, not to everything, but to fishing. You can fish over there.
I said it at Champlain because during our postponed day, talk with Cooper Gallant, Elite Series rookie and Canadian angler, did very well in the Open that he fished here. Asked him this specific question: how do you balance 2 days of practice? Are you going to spend any time in the river, all the time in the lake? He said, not only practice, but in a tournament, if the wind is so bad that I can only get 2 hours of fishing on the lake, I would take 2 hours in the lake over 8 hours in the river. And so he is one of the farther anglers out into Canada, on our map right now.
Surprising, Coop Gallant with a horrible practice, terrible practice, was very concerned, did not even know where to start today.
Really?
$6 cents party minnow coming out soon. Fat one.
Johnston's on the board now, back to Joey Cifuentes. One good fish has him in 5th place as it stands. There's another one.
I don't know. I can't tell, man. Oh, I don't know. This might be a big one. It looked like there were some big ones down there. That might be a big, oh God, come on, baby. Oh yeah, big old head shakes right there. If I can get it in the boat. Coming up. Please don't be a drum or something. Now, come on now. Stop. Oh my gosh, it is a stud. It's a good one. I can get it in the boat up here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I mean, I can't yell at you guys. Look at the size of this smallmouth. Oh man, 6 pounder. This is a 6. Unreal. I couldn't tell how big this fish was. It's massively, it looks like a prehistoric beast. Oh my gosh, I love this place. That is so awesome, dude. Where's my scale at? It doesn't even matter. I want to weigh it though. I don't know where it is. I don't know where I'm putting anything. Okay. Oh my gosh. Giant. Look at that, dude. It's just just impressed every time I fish here, these fish. It's probably 6 1/4. Unreal, unreal. Giant, giant bass, Dave Mercer. Dude, giant. I yelled a little bit. I don't want to do any Ike and Elian out here because I got 2 guys over there next to me. Ouch.
Boy, he is a hot mess right now, and understandably
That's an
so.
old one
Oh,
right
he
there,
is.
man.
He came ready for the roundup.
An old fish. Thank you for.
He has a great, for a southern angler, a great track record
Dude's
on
a
the St.
smallmouth
Lawrence River.
fisherman,
He
man.
is a great one up north.
In a tournament last week at Lake Champlain, where a 4-pounder meant so much and a 3-pounder meant virtually nothing, here's what makes this play special is when a 5 to 6-pounder means everything and a 4-pounder, hate to say it, you had better do a lot more than that in this tournament. Big weights were predicted. And when you have a Power Pole replay of the day with a 6-pound or better smallmouth in the first 20 minutes of Bassmaster Live, things are all good. And you notice Joey Cifuentes got a little loud right there. The reason why, Corey and Chris Johnston about 150 yards away. Power Pole replay of the day, a 6-pounder. Early this morning on Bassmaster Live, Joey Cifuentes. That's
Good
awesome,
stuff
man.
to start the day. Those fish look like a different family from those good ones we saw last week at Champlain. It's just a different plane we're fishing on right now.
I'll
for
say
sure.
Joey Cifuentes sounded a little offended on the weigh-in stage when everyone kept saying, how are you going to defeat Kiyoyo Fujita? He's coming for you. And he's like, I'm just as good up north. A win at St. Clair and an 11th at Champlain.
All right, we got about an hour of fishing and travel, of course, under our belts here. A little more than that. Wes Logan of Alabama, the man on top. And look at our second place. Now probably first place unofficially in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year's Brandon Cobb in second place. We'll be right back.
The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Hey guys, Corey Johnston here, and we are at the St. Lawrence River Last Stop Bassmaster Elite Series, and this little baby right here is brand new out. I'm going to be throwing this week. This is the Party Minnow from 6 Cents. It's something that we've been designing for a little while now, and it's special. You're going to see on live tomorrow how many bass get caught on this thing. So it's got the great kicking action. It's got eyes on it, which I think is key. The eyes definitely help. Go ahead and check this thing out. It's coming soon. 6 Cents Fishing, the Party Minnow.
Oh, yeah.
Corey Johnston gave us a little look at that catching a fish a little earlier today. Bass Pro Shop Stop Lures.
Corey Johnston's a party minnow.
Well, yes,
Yeah,
sure.
honest.
Nothing wrong with that.
He wants it to be a party out there this week. Tommy came in 39th in Angler of the Year, just 2 spots ahead of the Classic Cut.
Yeah, it's a serious party for him this week. He's got to advance and put some space behind him there. Kyle Welcher, though, as we look at Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year points, ahead of Brandon Cobb by 6 to start this day. Drew Cook, just mentioned, moving deeper than anyone else so far into Lake Ontario on this day. He's all in. He wants to be a guy who's playing for that title, a very important title. Drew Cook, a former Rookie of the Year in his 5th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, as we take you back out on the water.
And Brandon Cobb making the comment Ronnie talked about earlier, going to stay in the river today, but he said definitely with the changing conditions, he would not hesitate to switch up tomorrow and get into the lake. 35 to 50 feet of water, about 1.5 miles northeast of the Johnstons and Joey Cifuentes, but still within 3 miles of Lake Ontario. A lot more sand
No, he's not
bottom in that. Wow. A lot more sand bottom in that area compared to where the Johnstons and Cifuentes are at.
Said it wasn't a phenomenal practice for him, but day 2 practice, the final day, morning yesterday, he caught 22 pounds relatively quick in 40 feet of water. So he was
that's good
confident
right
in this
there.
area. No doubt.
Finished 33rd on Champlain last week. Welcher finishing 25th, and that gives us the distance these two have from one another, which is not much. But he's making a great start today.
Not a bad one. Not as big as some of those others, but go spot lock it.
Oh, those fish are just built a lot different than we got to see at Lake Champlain. Lake Champlain, a lot longer fish. These fish are about as big around as the fish last week were long. Yeah. One of the differences is in this tournament, you're going to see a lot of these fish like Joey Cifuentes 6-pounder being fizzed, very bottom related. Do not move up and down in the water column like we got to see on a lot of the alewife chasers last week, where those fish are, their air bladders acclimated. Gene Gillian, Barb Elliott
4-pounder, but that's about it.
Have taught our entire field basically how to take care of your fish.
One yet.
What is it?
4-pounder. The scales are dying on me though. We might not be away anymore. Can't get the lock. Yeah, 4-pounder. Put him in live well for a minute, then I'm gonna fizz him because I just held him out a little long there. Scale problems. Might have to fizz this other one too. Yeah, I'm gonna fizz both these in a second. We'll let them sit for a minute, then I'll do it. Put this at about.
These fish are sitting in a whole lot more swift current than they were at Champlain. They're just behind objects like boulders on the bottom. That's why they can't live in the water column up in there.
Even the
for long periods.
The biggest difference too is their food. Basically,
goby. Yeah.
Goby don't they don't get more than a foot off of the bottom. So everything they need is pretty much on the bottom, which makes them just kind of, like you said, hide behind anything they can get behind. And BMC on point so far today. Brandon Cobb, 4 in his live well, all over 4 pounds. He was worried about the northern swing, Lake St. Clair, Champlain, and the St. Lawrence River, and pretty much has got it done on each body of water so far. Great start for Brandon Cobb. Kyle Welcher definitely going to gamble a little bit today. Said if he's got any prayer of holding on to that Angler of the Year lead, it's going to be out in Lake Ontario. We do have a camera with Kyle Welcher, so should be able to see all the ongoings out in Lake Ontario. Your BMC on point early on day number 1, Brandon Cobb.
Brandon Cobb, bear in mind, getting all this done this year, along with a 91st place finish at the Sabine River. Had he just gone middle of the pack there, we'd have a much less exciting picture at the top of our AOY leaderboard.
That kind of 82-point swing there with Welcher being 7th place at the Sabine.
Back to Cifuentes. You're just tuning in, he caught himself a 6-pounder a few minutes ago.
Oh, McDaddy. I like them when they bite like that. You drop right on their head and they go down on it, munch it.
Cifuentes fish in 40
get you
to
in the boat
50
now.
feet of water, kind of out near the main river ledge,
Come on now, baby.
outside
Come
of
on
Cape
now.
Vincent.
Come on now. Get up in here. Get up on in here. Not a 6, but good one. Four and 3/4.
Joey Cifuentes, it's a long way from Sunday. If he wins this one, we'll just give him Rookie of the Decade award. We'll get
For
the
sure.
engraving tool out and just
Tommy
change up
Koya,
the-
Fajita's got something to say about that. He just jumped into second place with 17.5 pounds.
Wow.
Catching his limit fish. Of course, it's only 17.5. He's only got 2 4-pounders.
It's also within the realm of possibility, Tommy. If Joey Cifuentes won this event, he could still probably not win Angler of the Year. So winning 3 events in a season and
Wow.
not getting Angler of the
Say
Year would,
that.
yeah,
It's crazy.
If Welcher and Cobb get top 42, it's, you know, what in the world?
They'd have to go back and look. Where did he go wrong?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We'll start nitpicking. Cobb shouldn't have finished 32nd at Champlain. He should have gotten 25th, or start nitpicking their good finishes.
Come on. A bunch of them down there.
Two smaller ones in the live wells. 26th place overall as it stands now. We haven't seen this one yet.
But if you look at what we've had on camera so far today, for this, what is predicted to be the toughest day of this tournament, things are going well.
Yeah. There's a. She had to have about a 5-pound average all week to scare the lead
We have
last
not
year.
had one fish on camera under 4 pounds so far.
Oof.
Not even that big. He's a good one. Decent. He's not that big. Just pulling.
Corey, 14th last week at Champlain. His best finish this year was an 8th at Seminole. Made half the cuts.
Man, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
A little bigger than I thought. Yeah, thick one. 4 more of those will be all right today.
He has got a look about him today.
Guess what? Here comes Jay Shakir at 3rd place.
Oof.
Got Corey giving us a stare down there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's on.
He's got a look, definitely.
Party minnow.
Got to hear that from Such right there, Jay Shakir, making a run out into the lake and getting it done so far early today. Fantastic weights for the first hour of Bassmaster Live.
Brandon Cobb sending a message about Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings. He's on top right now with Fujita, last year's winner, right behind him, and Tyler Yvette trying to maybe bookend his season. He wanted Okeechobee to start. He'd like to finish with a win here.
Yeah!
No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
Still in our first hour of live coverage here, second hour of fishing for these 102 anglers in the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. Again, the 25th time the Bassmasters have had a pro event here. A couple of decades ago, the really good fish might have been between 2 and 3 pounds. Now it looks like, well, I don't know. Let's ask our colleague here, Davey Height. I think we got Davey set up to listen to. Davey, I mean, the late breaking predictions were, there's no way they're going to keep pace with last year. I don't know. It's looking like you may have to scare 5 pounds a day if you want to angle for the victory this time once again.
Yeah, it really does look like that, Tommy. And I'll admit, it is a little bumpy out here, but it's not quite as bad as I thought it was going to be. A lot of these anglers not electing to go out into the lake today, and they're planning on doing that later in the event. But Joey Sequentes, gosh, over a 6-pounder early this morning, showing that, hey, it is probably going to take 100 pounds to win again this year.
Davey, if you can kind of walk us through the train of thought with it was obvious coming into this tournament where you're sitting right there, that area around Cape Vincent within basically 1.5 miles of the mouth of Lake Ontario has always dominated to where almost 10 out of your top 10 leaders are right in your area or out into the lake. Talk about the guys that elected just to not do that and stay in the river, safer areas throughout practice here.
Yeah, Z. I mean, it's really a gamble to go out in the lake on so many days. You know that. You filmed here so much. You fish tournaments here a lot. But I would have probably done the same thing, stay close to the mouth of the lake today because of the forecast. But it's really not. I know we're rocking around some, no doubt about it. But it's not as bad as I thought it would be out here. I have seen a few boats going on out, maybe headed out to the islands. But this is a good area around the mouth of the river. Obviously, you can catch fish, 100 miles in the river. But this is an area where you can catch those lake fish, the big round football fish like you saw Joey catch that one earlier and Brandon Cobb with a few. But if the weather holds out, according to the forecast, and some of these anglers can go on these really long runs like you've been talking about a little bit, Z, man, we could see a bigger weight than even we had last year. I mean, it's hard to imagine you could keep having over 100-pound stringers like we had 2 anglers last year. But if the weather cooperates, it definitely could happen again this year.
Davey, back throughout the decades with the Bassmasters, whether it's been invitationals, which were opens, or all the tournaments that you fished here, a deep bass used to be 15 to 25. You heard crazy stories of 30 feet of water. If you really look at the leaders, and especially where you're at right there, This is a different situation these days now. These fish live incredibly deep. Kind of describe that playing field around Joey Cifuentes and the Johnstons.
Yeah, Z, it's just really amazing. And I'll have to say, you know, you and I have fished here for decades. In the 90s, we were fishing in these same areas, but we fished shallower. And it is the Lake Master mapping is so incredible here. And, you know, there's a lot of good mappings, but I'm looking at my Lake Master mapping, and I was around Kota this morning, and it's like, wow. And I've been here a lot through the years, but, you know, you see so much on the mapping, and you just keep going deeper and deeper, farther out off of these islands and off of these points. It's just incredible what just the mapping itself has opened up, and you can see here on this lake.
Davey, thank you so much. Good insight there from Davey Hyde, who, as we all know, has put in his hours here, like you, Mark Zona.
You notice Davey didn't run way out in the lake to follow Drew Cook this morning. I was hoping he would do that.
Well, that's not right. You'll be out there sooner or later, I think.
I don't think so.
No, okay.
No, I really don't.
We'll guess we'll find out.
Bye.
Brandon Cobb.
Been messing with two of them this whole drop. They just followed up and down, up and then down.
Brandon now in second place, was in first. Kyoya Fujita has taken up the top spot.
Kyoya Fujita. Into the lake a little bit.
Little guy. Little baby. Old place filler. Well, we know which one to call. Let's see here. We got to do some fizzing on them in a second. I'm on top of a group right now, though. That's the limit. I'm on top of a group. I'm gonna try to catch one of them and then work on them fish. That's it. Put that one in as 2 something, like 2.5 maybe. Okay. Yeah. It's fat. He's just not big. I thought he was gonna be a big one coming up to jump like those other ones.
How about this? Rick Klein, who won here 1992, is in our top 10.
Wow.
About the same weight he had 31 years ago.
It was about 20 pounds though, anyway. Yep.
Spinner baiting in the mouth of
I
Chameau
need to
Bay.
fizz those fish.
Yeah. Wow. Remember when that used to go down? I don't.
TH Marine Weather Watch today. 70 degrees is the high, low 64. Some showers in the area later today. Southeast wind, 15 miles an hour. And tomorrow,
how about that?
Yeah.
Light winds.
I don't know if it's a 2-pounder.
That's
or
the key. I don't care about anything else on that thing.
Is what you want to see.
Feels like it's got.
And the great thing about tomorrow is it's really going to open up that Canadian side from Amherst all the way to Prince Edward,
not very big.
areas that we saw play last year when we were here. I bet there's probably 6 to 9 foot waves
5.
out towards Amherst
yeah,
right
that's not
now.
the side to be on today, is it?
Little digs.
That 20 pounds for Brandon Cobb, though, almost ensures he'll be in the top 60 of this event.
May have to relocate.
Yeah. But you don't want to be one of those 5 guys that's 20 pounds a day and falls below the cut. But do you think the weights, Z, we talk about 100 pounds, but more pressing earlier in the week is it going to be 40 to 41 pounds to make the cut for top 50? Because that's kind of the number that's going to get more affected with the wind on the lake.
I say yes for the
100%.
simple fact that if you catch,
Like this one
for
I'm
the most
looking at
part,
right here.
5 bass,
It's going to be close.
you're going to have
It's
18
a
to
short
20
enough run
pounds.
day.
You know, I do think today's going to be our lightest
old
day
magnums.
across
For sure.
the field.
Tommy, you were talking about Tyler Rivette, and you can see on Bass Track, he's in 3rd right now in the tournament so far, Tyler Rivette is. bombed at Champlain, went from 3rd to 13th in Angler of the Year. So you don't want to have a bad one, but this will get him probably back into the top 10 if he was to stay, you know, in contention, top 20 in this event.
Chris Johnston and Corey and Cifuentes all fishing very close to each other. And here's the other benefit.
Could have some meat to it.
Here's the benefit Chris and Corey have in this tournament. When those winds do die down and they switch, and they are able to get into the lake and hook a right-hand turn, they have more on that Canadian side than anybody in this field. I've seen it with Corey. They have individual rocks and boulders out there from 25 to 50 feet of water that
not sure how big it is.
They are going to utilize when that wind gets correct for them. Not to say nobody else found fish out there.
For sure.
But I'm just saying they'll have more to their disposal.
15 of them under me.
It doesn't look like they're on a bad spot right now.
No, it's not terrible.
Can't horse him with this light line. Little hooks. We're gonna chase him. Look at them all down there, oh my God. There's about 15 of them, they're all big. Hopefully this is a big one.
You notice every time those two catch one, their head is on a swivel, whether it's staring at their graph, watching other fishermen around them.
It's not giant, but it's a good one.
It's kind of Corey's trademark.
Yes.
For sure. Chris.
Even though Joey Cifuentes gave a yell, those two knew he had caught something that was substantial.
There is about 15 of them down there with them.
Jay Shakir just caught his largest fish, a 4.5 pounder. He's up to 19 even, 5th place.
Shouldn't even have put these ones in the well.
Ooh.
First look at Kyle Welcher. As promised, he's in the lake.
He is.
Cameraman Jake Latondras is with Kyle Welcher, and he said a text when they got to their spot at 7:43 our time, so an hour and a half of running. Dude, that was the biggest boat ride I've ever been on, and Jake has been on some boat rides.
That ain't no baby.
We're seeing some guys that have made that are getting to their primary areas. Guys like Drew Benton, Cody Huff, they have made a haul today.
Get up here, you beautiful thing, you. I can't freaking get him. How about that after that freaking run, baby?
Some of these guys have said after practice, it's going to suck getting to my spot, but when I get there, it's much more protected than the run to get there. Just with that southeast,
yeah,
like
100%.
You get on the north side of all these islands out there, you're safer.
One of the other big problems here is, and a lot of our viewers know this, even though you've got some protection with that southeast wind, is, Tommy, you've been out there. A lot of these main lake points, you have to go 2 miles out to get around how shallow those points are, and that's where it gets ripe, to say the least.
He'll call.
Without any points, Welcher had fallen to 9th in AOY standings. This fish will get him back in a second.
Not a giant, but he's a lot bigger than that 2.5. God, there's a lot of them under us. A lot of them. I don't want to drift off, but put another waypoint right there. Spot lock off. I can't fight the current and him. Like 100 under us, but I'm a worm. Shot 30 foot up the line. Weight must have flew off. Medium sized. You definitely get rid of that one. Another one ate my weight off. That's what happened there. Look at a 3.5. Our scales are broke, so we're just gonna have to eyeball cull. Number 5 is the one to go, though. It's easy this time.
2.5 has got to go, and Brandon Cobb looking great
next time.
today, currently in second place as it stands right now. Might move him up an ounce or two. Don't know if that'll be enough to take the lead, but Brandon Cobb, man, just the definition of a top-tier elite guy who, of course, very, very tough to beat in the Southeast, and always in his career he wonders how well he can do up here. He's held his own, absolutely, in our northern swing this year, and that's got to make him feel good.
And so I knew I had to maximize what I could do on these southern ones, because north is, I've done well at times on all the northern lakes, but it's kind of hit or miss. So win AOI is kind of something I've always done well in AOI, but I've never really had a chance to win. I don't even know what that would mean. I don't think it's something you even know until you get through the last term of the year, and it probably sneaks up on you if you do. Not bad.
Not a bad start to the morning.
Good start.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
Got to throw everything you got at this one. This is the last event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2023. Started out at Lake Okeechobee a long, long time ago, and here we are.
It was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. End of our northern swing at the mighty St. Lawrence River. I can't think of a river in the world that handles as much water as this place. Everything from the Great Lakes headed out to the Atlantic, headed out into Lake Ontario. Proper there is Kyle Welcher.
And actually, our map a little bit off just because he is not pinging where he's at. Kyle Welcher making it safely to his area out in Lake Ontario.
It's a big one. Stay on, baby, stay on.
Kyle said there was 2 depth zones they were in and he said there is no in between. There was a depth zone, a bite in 17 to 23 feet of water, and then one much deeper than he is right now, 35 out to 50
I should have brought
feet.
you a seat.
I wanted to put you in here from your angler when you're already out in the lake, because I should have brought you a seat, man. My bad.
It is kind of staggering that a lot of these guys that went to the lake do not have a seat for themselves. I don't really. It's what it's there for, actually.
Z. Welcher said that when he found fish like on a rock pile or a boulder, that there weren't many at times, but they were just like 2 to 3 pounders. But when you're on like a wide-ranging area, like a big flat of same depth, that's where he found his big fish.
You
Is
know,
there any
one of the-
correlate, or like it feels like it should be the opposite at times?
And here's what's really changed, especially on the U.S. side, okay? And I actually talked to Taku Ito about this, who won here. Was as much pressure that's out there, that guys are out there shining with their forward-facing sonar is, you know, back 4 years ago, you marked 6 on a boulder out in the lake, you caught 3 or 4 of them. Now you catch 1 and you have to come back an hour later and let them rest. It is not like you just sit and lean on them, you know, the way you would 5 years ago.
Jay Shakira just caught his biggest fish, 5 pounders up to 22 pounds, second place.
All right.
Brandon Cobb's been fishing about an hour longer than his points rival there, Kyle Welcher. Thus has opened a little ground between the two of them, Kyle.
I reeled it towards the
Just
one I
getting
said
started.
looked bigger than the rest of them, but I don't know if he is or not.
But if you really listen to Cobb and
good.
Corey and Chris Johnston, when they've hooked one, they definitely are around a lot of fish.
tell.
Both boats saying, all 3
I know he's
boats
bigger than
saying,
that one I put in
you know,
there.
there's 10 to 20 below me.
Buddy, come here. I think he's bigger than that one. He may not be. Yeah, he is. I think he's a little bit bigger. And Dalton, he's not looking. He don't care. I'm pretty sure he will get rid of that one. Let's see. Number 5, this one. Yep, I'd say so.
Yep.
Now, when we got a call, no idea. I think it's 4. I might have to fizz that one to let him go. I'm gonna see. That's the right one, right? Yeah.
Brandon Cobb on top of that good fish right there. Back to Corey Johnston.
David Fritz in our top 10 at 8th place. Clun still 10th.
Similar to the first day at Champlain, wind direction going with the current. That will not be the case tomorrow. Northeast wind will push against that current a little bit, but not supposed to have heavy winds pushing.
Baby. 2, 3, 4. What's that?
The last 2.
2 pounders.
No big ones yet for Corey Johnston. His brother Chris opened up with a 4.5 pounder early on broadcast today.
Boy, there are a lot of boats have made their way into the lake today. It's really spread from Reed's Bay on the Canadian side, on the southwest side of Wolf Island, all the way past Henderson. Some guys have gone.
Wow.
Come up here, baby doll. Come up here. They like to get under that dang boat. Just gonna get in that dang motor. Now I need to go chase it. Stop doing that.
Yeah, dang, that's a tank, boy.
Good.
Yes. Give me some, baby. Yes. Woo! Woo!
Oh, man. Dang.
5.5. Let's do it real quick, baby.
Come on.
Jake getting a sick cell phone pic there while we
Tommy, I said it
put in the
earlier, and
lava.
I know some of the younger viewers don't know, but there is an eerie similarity right there between that young man and Snake Plissken from Escape from New York. Good timing for that. He was all business.
I don't care what they tell you. You were out with me all week.
Looking at the background, we have not pinged his location, but looking at that background, he has made a run like a lot of our other anglers today. Working out for Kyle Welcher.
I'll tell you what, he does not want to finish second for the two biggest prizes in fishing in consecutive years.
No.
He said he doesn't want any part of it.
He said, I did not
He's
want to
serious.
fish this event trying not to lose AOY. I wanted to fish this event trying to win AOY.
So you're saying there's a Kurt Russell swagger.
Call
about
me
it.
Snake. Sorry.
He is good, made every cut this year. A word about consistency, and he's been a very, very consistent angler. Hooked up again, as we just get a little taste of
We just fade
our
the
traveling
music out.
music.
Yeah,
We're gonna
fade
put
the
it on hold
music
for a
out.
second
Yeah,
here.
we'll just stay dialed in.
Quite time for a commercial break. Sit down, boy.
not as big, but that's going to ever closer to a limit here. Fourth keeper for Kyle Welcher after a good long run, big run. Brandon Cobb on top though, 22-7. Jay Shakurat there. There's Kyoya Fujita, our champion from last week at Lake Champlain. Tyler Rivette, Joey Cifuentes, we caught him catch a 6+ a few minutes ago. Chris Johnston, Kenneth Gamura, David Fritz, and Rick Klein in our top 10
why do you
as
sound
well.
so surprised?
How about that? Fun stuff.
Yeah!
No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
First 2.5 hours since takeoff have passed already. The first quarter of our 4-quarter game today on the incredible St. Lawrence River. About 120 miles of it all the way up to Messina, and then bite off as much of Lake Ontario as you can stand on this day. And look at our leaderboard.
Oh boy.
Top 5 there, some fellas who have been a part of current events in the past year, to be sure. People we have spent a lot of time with during the course of the past year, especially this year.
A little bit different leaderboard than we got to see on day one at Lake Champlain. There was definitely not some names on that leaderboard day one last week that you would look at and say, wow, those are smallmouth hammers. Not the case, at least early this morning out on Lake Ontario. And looking what Jay Shakurat did last year, definitely a historic event for the young man, a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Getting it done in the mouth of Chameau Bay. He is not there today, but he's not all that far away, Tommy Sanders. Said he had a little bit of a tougher well, it's obvious he might have a tougher practice this time around, because that area that he caught him last year, Tommy, I've spent a lot of time out on Lake Ontario. Every time I drove by it, there'd be about 20 to 30 bass boats.
Shocker.
Got to see a couple anglers start there today. Jay Shakurat, not one of them, but still getting it done. Big event last year, over 100 pounds of bass. Bassmaster Live. Boy, Kyle Welcher made a run. I mean, he made a run.
Man, did he ever.
Boy, that is a gamble where he went. But Tommy, we made the comment, the further away you get into that lake, especially the Canadian side, the less intelligent the smallmouth are. And really where Kyle Welcher is, look for that area to play a big factor as we get into day 2 of this tournament. Should be a lot easier to get there and then fish tomorrow.
Here comes one right now.
Cobb and Cifuentes, well over 20 pounds now. I'm sorry, Cifuentes just under 20.
I don't know if I'll get it to bite or not.
How many bags over 20 today, Tom?
9. No, I'm just kidding. It'll be way past the cut. It'll be, I say 64.
More than last year.
66, something like that.
More than last year.
Much happier.
61 last
Yeah,
year.
that one got a bunch of air because he's still.
I don't think we get there.
What do you think it'll be?
Come on, dude.
35.
Really? But you think the 50 cut's still going to be 20 a day?
Yes.
So that means we're going to have like
Yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of
on day
17 to 18.5 pound stringers, but I think that will go up considerably tomorrow.
I was on the conservative side, so I can be recklessly positive, I guess, for this one.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal year. I mean, just to win a single tournament out here against these group of guys, the best anglers in the world, is an achievement in itself. And you know, to get 2 this year it's just nuts. It's really awesome. It's just been a good year, but it ain't over yet. We got work to do. So I'm gonna keep plugging out here, and there's some big old smallmouth that live in this river. And I plan on catching a few more of them. I don't know where my bait is.
Talked about how many boats went out into the lake. A couple boats making their way the opposite direction, going northeast in the St. Lawrence River towards Ogdensburg. Guys like Scott Canterbury, Chad Pipkins. Not that many, though. About a half dozen boats towards Ogdensburg.
They're moving on me.
Tyler Rivette just came our 4th person over 20 pounds on Bass Track.
Couple big ones right there.
Caught a 4.5 pounder for
Just gotta
21.11.
get him to bite. Eat me, boys. Eat me. These fish you can't really see on the bottom. They are, you know, anywhere from 45 to 50, 40. Every once in a while, like one of those I caught this morning, they'll come up underneath my trolling motor to look at my boat. And I can get one like that. I got one right now getting real close. They just sit there and look at it. Man, this wind makes it difficult to fish right here. 3 big old giant ones right here. Big old hammers. Come on now. Come on now. I dare you to eat it. I dare you. I dare you to eat it. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, guys.
Joey opened it up this morning with a big one. Let's take another look at this one he brought in.
Man, that was really the first 20 minutes of Bassmaster Live earlier today. Big smallmouth here, between 40 to 50 feet of water.
It is a stud. It's a good one. I can get it in the boat up here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I mean, I can't yell this guy's around. Look at the size of this smallmouth. Oh man, 6-pounder. This is a 6. Unreal. I couldn't tell how big this fish was. It's massively, it looks like a prehistoric beast. Oh my gosh, I love this place. That is so awesome, dude. Where's my scale at? It doesn't even matter. I want to weigh it though. I don't know where it is. I don't know where I'm putting anything.
It turned out to be a 6'2" for Joey Cifuentes. All that and keeps his cowboy hat on in that wind. That's just
Very impressive.
amazing
Very
stuff.
impressive.
Very magic man for sure.
Did you get to ask him where he puts it when he runs?
No.
Can't hang it on your gear shifter, so we'll have to figure that out before the end of the year.
the only protection he has is that peninsula right there, because on the other side of that peninsula, it is ripping today. Obviously practiced for the predicted winds we were going to have.
Smallest one yet. Oh, 3-pounder.
Trip was worth it.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
And obviously a lot of time to grow with not a lot of company around him. Your Mercury move of the day. Our takeoff right here in Clayton. Call it about 15 to 16 miles to the mouth of Lake Ontario. And that is when it gets a little bit dicey going. Where Kyle Welcher has gone, taking a look at Amherst Island. Should be able to see a little bit of that tomorrow for sure. Kyle Welcher's Mercury move of the day, about another 35 to 40 miles out into Lake Ontario. Area known as Prince Edward Point. Got to see a little bit of that last year, but your Mercury move of the day, taking a big gamble, making the long run and paying off, catching the limit within 1 hour. As we said, Tommy Sanders, a lot of room to grow here on day number 1.
Bass Track's not working, but if he has 21 pounds, he's around 4th place. 3 points ahead of Cobb, who's leading for the AOI.
We'll have Cobb and Welcher both in our top 6, and then both of our Rookie of the Year guys back-to-back as well in the top 6. So both races from day 1 are still going to be neck and neck.
Heard Rick Klein make a comment on stage. He believed in momentum. Well, you are seeing that with your leaders in the Angler of the Year race and the Rookie of the Year race. Mercury move of the day yet again, making about a round trip, call it about a 90-mile run. Kyle Welcher. Closer to 100 round trip.
It's a better one.
Top 20 finishes this year.
Don't be giving away all my screen and knowledge stuff I'm about to do, Tommy. Don't you dare.
Well, new leader, Jay secured with a 412. He's up to 22 pounds, 12 ounces. He's up by about 5 ounces on Cobb.
Come on, right over here, baby doll. There we go.
That's a good call. Mm-hmm. That's the boat you want. That is what you want.
That one, you don't need the seat or anything. You could just stand on that and fish all day. Boy, what a place. What an incredible place on the face of this earth is St. Lawrence. A lot more action coming up here. We'll be right back.
The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Here we're off and running day one of the final event of the 2023 season. We're going to be crowning our Angler of the Year this week, our Rookie of the Year this week. Classic cut line at the top 41 will advance on to the big dance next spring at Grand Lake. And we're thinking about the requalification number being top 70 in AOI. Guarantees that you are in our field next year no matter what. But when we look at those first two races, Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year, this is how the seasons of these two anglers stack up for both races. First, Kyle Welcher for the Angler of the Year race, leading Brandon Cobb by 6 points, and this is how their seasons map out. Welcher with just one outright top 10 this season. He has 3 additional finishes from 20th to 11th place this season, so 4 top 20s total for him. Meanwhile, Brandon Cobb has had 4 top 10s this season. Add on another top 20 in there. The biggest difference, 6 points separates these guys. Kyle Welcher has not missed a top 50 cut all year. He's 8 for 8 along with Stetson Blaylock. Maybe he can go 9 for 9 this year. We had one angler do it last year, Brandon Lester. Kyle Welcher's looking to do that again this year. The last time that we had an Angler of the Year winner make all 9 cuts, it was Seth Feider in 2021. Brandon Polinick missed 1 or 2 last year. Kyle Welcher, his lowest finish, 44th. That's the big X factor. Even though Cobb has a lot higher finishes this year, he has a 44th as his lowest. Cobb's lowest is 91st place, and that was at the Sabine River. Cobb went from having a 48-point lead going into the event to a 12-point deficit as we headed to St. Clair. Now when we look at our Rookie of the Year race, almost the same. I did update this. This is almost the same exact stats as our previous slide. Joey Cifuentes leading by 15 points over Kiyoya Fujita. Joey has 2 top 10s. Both of those are victories. Meanwhile, Kiyoya has 4 top 10s. Only one of those is a victory. Kiyoya adds another top 20 in there. Joey has 3 finishes from 11th to 20th to his resume as well. Both places, both anglers have terrible finishes. One of them was at Lake Murray for Joey, and one was at Santee Cooper for Kiyoya. Lake Murray was expected to be one that Joey did well in, struggled in that. But that's really, honestly, their resumes are almost the same. The difference, that 15-point deficit that Kiyoya faces, half of it is just based on the lowest finish possible for these two anglers. So we've got both of our Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year leaders. First and second are both in the top 6 in our Bass Track right now, a couple hours into day one. So, Tommy, that race, I would love. Tom Abraham asked me, are we going to see AOI or ROI decided on the final day of the season? We may just see that with one of these guys fishing on Championship Sunday.
And here's what's weird. All 4 of those anglers you just brought up, the 2 rookies and obviously Welcher and Cobb, all 4 of those anglers deserve to win Angler of the Year with the seasons they've had.
Absolutely.
What's very interesting is we could sum up Joey and Kiyoya as 2 of the best forward-facing sonar anglers in our field. Meanwhile, Cobb and Welcher would predominantly be known as 2 of the best shallow water grinders. You know, if the season went into the fall down south, they would excel just like Welcher did in 2020 when he was in the race for Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year.
We've got a curious top 5 in our unofficial leaderboard right now. We got Jay Shakurit, last year's record-setting performance guy. Brandon Cobb, first in points, right after him. And then Tyler Yvette, Kiyoya Fujita, and Joey Cifuentes, who are responsible for 5 of the 8 victories so far this season.
Wow.
We could see Chris Johnston has made his way into the teeth of Lake Ontario. And what was funny was watching Chris Johnson and Corey Johnston fishing next to Joey Cifuentes on that early morning bite. It's definitely slowed down in the mouth of the river. I was sitting there wondering how long would it take for Chris and Corey to pull the plug. So it was about 90 minutes.
Not sure if Chris is going to hook up with a smallmouth or a blue marlin or white marlin out there where he's at. It is out in the abyss.
This Johnston, but like, take a second here to check in on Corey Johnston. A little bit more of a placid spot there.
Little one. I think. May not be.
See Corey really staying close to those channel marker buoys, something we've seen in years past, Lake Champlain, and definitely here. It's been a big gig for many years.
So hard to tell. Little one. Open up. Definitely bigger than that one. Damn. It's 4.5.
Johnston, just around 12 pounds, we figure right now. It can't not be on Corey Johnston here. His record here is so dominating through the past 5 years. He's been on the Elite Series.
Yeah, Corey Johnston with a different look, hammering the handlebar this week. Needing to get it done, as you said, Ron Moore, to make the Bassmaster Classic for 2024. And starting in about 40 to 50 feet of water, getting a lot of bites out there. We have him unofficially at 11 pounds and 14 ounces. I don't think that's quite the case, looking at what he had in his live well, but still a lot of room to grow. Corey Johnston got to see Chris Johnston, Joey Cifuentes put a couple big ones in the boat early. One of the things watching Corey Johnston on the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario in years past said today was the survival day. If he can hang around that just shooting par mark of about 22 pounds is what he said. Said he should be able to make a run later in this tournament as the wind switch. That's Corey Johnston's Morning Bassmaster Live Show.
We did good work last week. Didn't make the top 10, but 14th place at Champlain.
There's so many fish down. Can you turn all your stuff off? Like all your 2D, and you don't have your forward facing on, do you? It ain't gonna do me any good if I got a boat next to me.
Brandon Cobb, bottom left there, if you're just joining us, points leader, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year in second place.
Come on, we need
Early
this.
on, back to Chris Johnston.
Stay down, don't do it.
Well, Chris Johnston making his way out into the lake, and he is in a area we have seen in years past. Oh, he is ripping.
Come on, need them.
And to me, this is where the Johnstons make things look really easy compared to a lot of the rest of the field. You know, what we saw Chris do the final day of the tournament that he won here was unbelievable, the stuff he was in.
Come on, get in the boat. Don't jump. We're so close. Come on, we're right there. Don't do it.
That's a wave right there. That dude is an animal. If you seriously, like fishing with those two, they are so incredible at this. Boat positioning, actually presenting your bait right, and then executing landing one.
Problem is the boat's pulling away from the fish, so it makes it even harder to get them in on this light stuff. Here we go. Oh God. Oh yeah. That's what we're after, baby. Woo! We had to work for that one. Yeah, baby. Yeah, so that's about a 4-pound colt. That's a tank.
That was gnarly.
Oh, let's get rid of one of these guys. How's that for a call? All right, let's get rid of him. We're just gonna take a second.
That was awesome.
Actually, I'll drift off here and then we're gonna.
We don't have signal just yet to show you on Bassmaster Live of Coupe Gallant, but word is from his cameraman they have caught a 5-pounder, a 4.5-pounder. He's getting his day going with some good quality for sure. Hopefully we can see that and bring that to you.
What a fish
Hats
catch,
off
man.
to cameraman Brandon Fine for
Absolutely.
that little episode right there as well. You're right. That was just remarkable.
Awesome.
Time on the water in this place.
If you ever wonder what separates the Johnstons, that was it.
Great point right there. Jay Shakura became the first ever in the Elite Series to catch 100 pounds on smallmouth with the Bassmasters. For that matter, Brandon Cobb, points leader in second place, Tyler Rivette, and all the rest will be right back at the St. Lawrence.
Yeah!
No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
I think it's another little one. Oh, I don't know. That would mean a lot to me to win Rookie of the Year. You know, it's not as big a deal as like Angler of the Year or anything, but coming in your first year and to have that on your title, you know, you only get one shot at it. Oh my gosh! So to win that it'd be awesome. Look at the size of this smallmouth. Oh man, 6-pounder. This is the 6. It's probably 6 1/4. Unreal. Giant bass, Dave Mercer.
Wants the title. It's not as if he hasn't made a big splash as a rookie this year, coming out and winning twice. That is just absolutely phenomenal. There's your Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. Sequentes with a lead of 15 points ahead of Kuya Fujita. He's won as well. Another overachieving rookie. That's the only kind we seem to know anymore. Bryant Smith, big part of this race too.
And about 522 points is what we've projected for the Classic cut line. So the fact that we have 7 rookies that could make the Bassmaster Classic and 5 are currently in the Bassmaster Classic, that's saying something about this class out of 10 total anglers.
You mentioned a rookie, Ronnie Out. It's his second year. Red Wine has jumped into 7th place with 19 pounds. So he's going to do a great job to requalify. He was in the 90s 2 events ago.
Yes.
Now he's like
got
49.
Got inside the top 70 at St. Clair and Champlain. Now trying to build more.
That's a good one. And have one more Classic qualifier we haven't mentioned yet from this tournament. That would be the winner.
Oh, that's right.
This is our only win and in tournament.
Yes.
Corey Johnston could
be that dude.
Oh, he could solve all his concerns about 39th place with just a big win here.
Well, if we remember, Brian Schmidt last year was out of the Classic and double qualified in the same week. Moved up enough points and won the event.
Looks like a better one.
Yeah. Whew. Oh God. Easy, Tina. That's what Daddy likes. Oh. I like it. Lost a shoe.
Set on Bass Track, he's getting rid of a 1-7.
Yep, we're stuck in the bottom. tell what that is. Feels all right. Hard to say though. 3 3/4 fights like a 5. He's gonna be close. Gonna be close. I don't think he's gonna help. I don't know. Thick. Gonna be close. Let's see. I think it was 4. It was the smallest. They're about identical. Pretty sure it's 4. Let's look and see. Yeah, he's definitely bigger. 5 should definitely be bigger as well. Yep. So it is 4. I'm gonna hang a buoy on him and so I can balance beam him. It's like an ounce if it helps, but nope. Oh, maybe. Nope. Nope. No help. It's a good one to not help. Make sure that I was accurate in my assessment earlier. Yeah, it's obvious. I'm gonna weigh him if my scales are turned on, so then I know what I need to call because he's about the same. Because I don't have a clue what scales work. So he's roughly a 4-pounder. He doesn't help at 4 pounds. So basically we need anything over 4. Did the thing, I turned the live wells off.
Good problem to have at this stage of the game early on day number 1.
Wow.
We just got Welcher's 5 fish to pop in. Service out there is sketchy for phones, not for our camera. 5 for 22.12 puts him tied for the lead.
Wow.
Well, since we had to enter him on the far right of Bass Track as the AOI ranking with the updated standings where they place in this tournament, and it doesn't account for that. He's in 8th there, which he should be 1st, so everybody else moves down a spot.
Had a, well, a 6-pounder makes your day pretty nice. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I've got 2, I got 2 4s in there, so I'm in good shape. Like, I'm in good shape. I've got 2 little ones, but those ain't going home with us today. So just got to keep plugging, maybe keep throwing in front of these fish. It's weird that they don't bite, but I got plenty of other places to try. So I'm just gonna keep doing that, you know. Fish hard, that's all you can do. Maybe try some different stuff. I don't know. There's some big ones that live here for sure. I just gotta get them to nibble.
Caught 91.5 pounds to win at St.
It's a
Clair.
good day to be fishing, though. No doubt about that.
I mean, you look at Cifuentes and Brandon Cobb, who have done the majority of their damage right around Cape Vincent.
Oh my God.
Their plan was they wanted to be out in that lake, so that you're kind of looking at backup stuff right now.
Hopefully it's a bass. It hasn't come up. I'm completely okay with. We got us a bass. Could be a good one. Here we go. Yeah, baby. Oh, that's why we've been waiting for the St. Lawrence all year. 4 good ones. Yes. That's a good one. Thank you. One more and we got a stack. We got 4 on the big side. They are big uns. Whew. One more of those girls. There's 3 or 4 with that one. It's super hard to get your bait on them and feel the bite. More so just wait there.
It's going to be pretty scary on day 2 when these guys can actually fish these areas correctly. Really.
They got a big move from Cody Huff. He was 69th in AOI 2 events ago. His fish came in 20 pounds even. He's 6th place. He's probably secured a classic bid.
That is awesome footage. Really cool.
It's Johnston, as expected, excelling here, but how about 1 and 2 in our Bassmaster Progressive Angler of the Year race? That one doesn't reflect it, that leaderboard right there, but Kyle Welcher.
And I'm making sure Welcher's pops in correctly. I'm going in and editing some stuff, making sure that his 2212 will show up.
Yeah, he's sitting at 2212, so we have got an incredible leaderboard with regard to our big stories coming into this tournament.
I'm going to tell you, Chris Johnston has 4 bass that weigh 20 pounds and 10 ounces.
Yeah,
we're a little low on him.
I think you're right there. Be right back.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
Got a little while to go before we reach the halfway point of this day. Day number 1 of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, their final stop of the year. These guys are showing us some good fish catches here. I don't know if we're on the same track as we were last year when there were 61 limits of 20 pounds or over, but we have seen some bright spots today, Mark Zone.
We are not in bad shape. If you look at the quality that's been caught today, a lot of anglers talking about this being one of the most grimy practices they have had on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. Well, you really can't tell that by the quality that we've been able to see. Basically 17 feet all the way out to 50 feet of water, drop shot in a Ned rig pretty much most of the damage of what we've seen on camera, but a very solid morning as far as quality goes that we have seen out near the mouth of Lake Ontario.
3 anglers who are in our top 10 right now, unofficially, right there on that screen.
Not that big. I mean, he's not little, but he's not going to help, I don't think. Grab him so I don't mess my line up. He's not going to help, but he's pretty small. 3-pounder. Nice when you don't even have to look at them, though.
Our Angler of the Year race is taking care of itself, guys. I mean, Kyle Welcher and Brandon Cobb are putting on a show today, and they are in the top 10 of our tournament and staying number 1 and 2 in Angler of the Year. We talked about the Bassmaster Classic. That is a line that we're keeping an eye on this week. Obviously, it can move down 1 or 2 spots. So it's set at 41 right now. The top 41 in points will make the Bassmaster Classic. The winner of this specific event will also qualify. So if it's above 41, if it's somebody already in the Classic cut line, it will knock that line down to 42, which is good for those people who are around the bubble. Now let's just say if Jeff Gustafson moves up from 50th and gets a top 10 in this event, he could also double qualify as the Classic champ. It can go down as far as 43. The likelihood of that is lower. I'll explain that in just a moment. But as we look at that Classic cut line, right now Brandon Lester sitting on that line after a very, very tough start to his season. He has rebounded well the last couple events. He is 41st, and he is the bubble boy with 464 points. Now, Steve Kennedy just inside the Classic cut by 2 points, Corey Johnston by 5, Mike Iaconelli by 5, and Clark Windlet by 12. That's the positive side of the cut. Now, just below Brandon Lester as the bubble boy is Cody Huff, 5 back, rookie David Gaston, 11 back, Seth Fighter, 12 back. If we looked even below one more spot, Jacob Porosnik. So normally when we look at the Classic cut line, guys, we've got some journeyman guys, we've got some first, second year angler. These are some of the biggest names and most decorated anglers in our sport fighting these last few days of competition of the season to make next year's Bassmaster Classic at Grand Lake. Now, when we talked about who was safe coming into this event, I basically could declare that the top 20 in points were safe. Pat Schlopper came into this event in 20th, 525 points. That is above our projected line of 522. So if you were top 20, you were safe. Chris Johnston, I think, was 21st. He is taking care of that today. He should be safe after we get through 2 days of competition and solidified for sure his Classic spot. Now, when we look about how far down the AOY list can you make a jump into the Classic, obviously a win gets you in, but if you didn't get a win, let's just say you didn't make a top 10, any finish below 10th, the lowest guy, I believe, in the Angler of the Year race that could still make the Classic is 49th, Derek Hudnall, 430 points. That's about 92 from our projected line. That would mean about a 12th, 13th place finish for him would get him pretty close. He slipped down at Champlain. This could be 2 times in a row, 2021 and 2023, where Champlain ruins Derek Hudnall's Classic chances. He is looking for a top 15 this week, and he'll be back in the Bassmaster Classic. So it's kind of tightened up. You know, we've got about 7, 8 guys above the line that are at risk, and about 7 or 8 below the line that are trying to fight for it. About 15 guys really sweating these first 2 days.
You mentioned Cody Huff there, who just gained the top 10 here in recent minutes here, along with 2 others who got their line stretched pretty good at Lake Champlain. That would be Kyoya Fujita and Alex Redwine, all 3 6th, 7th, and 8th right now.
Fantastic. And yeah, Cody Huff had a different scenario this year. He had 0 practice for the Sabine River. He had the birth of his child. Him and his wife had their child. He rushed down to the Sabine, fished with no practice, had a great day 1, then 0 day 2. So his slip up mid-season wasn't probably from his own doing. He had his priorities in order and was where he needed to be with his family during most of one of the events.
Well, you thought maybe you would see a slip up with your Angler of the Year leaders, but there is nothing going to be decided today for sure.
No. And that's the crazy thing. It's 1 pound for a dozen spots at times on this body of water. So from Cifuentes to Cook, 6th to 3rd in Angler of the Year, that's a dozen spots. That could be the difference in catching 22 a day or 21 and a quarter per day, and you miss out on AOI or a top 3 AOI finish. And then if you pair that with Cifuentes getting a top 10 or Walters or Shakira getting a top 10, Cobb and Welcher could be just a few points behind down in 40th and still lose. They could have a great event, no slips, and lose AOI.
Tacoito has dialed it in. He's gotten rid of all those little fish. He's in 13th place with about 18 pounds. Catch a bigger bass. Bob Downey just became our 9th angler with more than 20 pounds on Bass Track, up to 7th place.
I think he was, they all run together a little bit, Tommy, but I think Bob Downey was in the top 2 or 3 going into the last day of this event.
No.
He was our lone river guy, I believe, last year.
Bob Downey.
Yeah, and he fell down on the last day. He had 25 pounds on days 2 and 3, and he only had 17.
Yes. Yeah. I think he had boat troubles the last day as well.
Most of your leaders, unofficial leaders though, I know we're not getting all the information from a lot of the anglers that ran into the lake, but about 7 of your top 12 fishing around the mouth.
Josh Douglas up to 5th place with 21.14. He's got a pair of 5-pounders. All his fish just popped in.
After having a tough season and then not making it back in time for weigh-in on day 1 at Champlain, his hopes of requalifying dwindled quite a bit with that moment, but I checked on him, I texted him to make sure he was okay because he zeroed, so I was like, you're still not out there floating around? He said he was fine. He said the only goal the rest of the year is to make the Classic. I just got to win St. Lawrence. I got to go swing for that. So that's why you'll see some guys out in the lake so far today, even with it as rough. Like there's just nothing. Last week of the year, you can't hold anything back.
Just throwing a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
It's got some building blocks, though. The 2 5-pounders, couple 4s, and one,
for sure.
One under 312.
100%.
Of course, he knocked Cifuentes out of our top 10. Cifuentes still has those 2 2-pounders.
I'm gonna get in the river to where it's calm, start fishing.
I'm gonna wrap my camera up in the raincoat and try to film that boat. Film of it in
Z, it sounds like Welcher's about to pack it up and head back to the river. Yeah.
If
he's got his
22
weight.
to 23 pounds, that's
the only thing holding him back is making it back to weigh in today. So you might as well.
Smart. That or just be near another competitor, because he's not near anybody.
I heard Jake say he's going to wrap his camera up in his raincoat and they're going to try to film some of that trip back. So
Yes.
Are they really?
Yes.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
Jake's a gamer.
Yeah.
He should get on the back deck.
I've seen 100 big giant smallmouth, and I can't get them to bite. So there's your update. A little stressed out right now, as you can imagine. Don't really know exactly what to do, except for maybe get lucky and run across one that wants to bite. So I'm gonna try that for a while, probably for another 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna go try another spot.
it's amazing how they were biting in that area in the mouth with Chris Johnston and Joey Cifuentes early this morning, and I mean, it shut down within an hour.
I don't know how to get these fish to bite.
It's on the show. Sick map right here, 3+ pounders, but pretty much a 3 to 4 pounder in this tournament is gonna mean virtually nothing at all. Pretty much gonna be looking for that quality of 4 to 6 pounds in the tournament. Anytime that we come to the St. Lawrence River, you're gonna have to be around that 4-pound average, if not a lot better this time around. But you'll notice a lot of that damage done, that main channel, right outside of Cape Vincent early this morning. Seeing a lot down towards Chameau Bay, Henderson Bay, even past that.
Past Henderson?
Yeah.
Wow.
So look at a couple anglers went past Henderson. Boy,
classic bubble guys,
I bet that was a drive out to there.
That was a pain in the neck.
How Z, for the viewers who don't know, you can normally cut corners and do things on other bodies of water. How shallow is the water out off of some of those places that can you run closer and cut in and out, or you got to kind of?
That's a pirate ship.
Corey's
What's going on here?
Corey's got to report to the Canadian pirate ship here.
What has happened? That is fantastic. A lot of, especially where those guys ran to, you have to run 1.5 miles at times offshore.
Yeah.
To, you know. And that's the bad problem is the angle of the waves here. The waves are wide apart. It's just when you've got to go against the grain is when the mouth of Chameau Bay, to me, at times, is absolute, because it funnels in, similar to the river mouth. That east wind, you wouldn't think it looking at Chris Johnston today, where he's at, more on the Canadian side. But when it comes out of the southwest, that's when it makes you cry. Not that this looks fun. Wow.
Oh God, it's a giant. Stay down there. It's a giant. Come on, baby. Come on. Be good to me. Oh, no. Not right. Oh, come on. Oh, it's no fun landing them in these on light tackle and no net. This is a 5-pounder. Come on in here, buddy. Boat's pulling away from them. Come here. No, no, no. This way. There we go. Gotcha. Oh, just a brick. Look at, not long, but it's about as thick as it is long. Holy smokes. That's 5 good ones. For a day like today, I will take it. Let's get a weight on this one. Somewhere between 4 3/4 and 540. I don't know.
412 to 5.4, somewhere in there.
I have no idea. It's bouncing too much. It's a good one regardless. Woo!
Dude.
We got her done. It wasn't
That's
pretty.
a bad dude, man.
Okay,
That is so unreal.
He was already the leader, but he's really the leader now. Yeah.
I think in the 2019 and 2020, obviously we've been there every single year since 2017. Wow. His first 2 years in the Elite Series, he led every single day except for the final day of 2019 when Michael won.
Jay Shakira listed as the leader on top there. I think Chris Johnston has unseated him.
We need Chris Johnston to slow down today.
He's the one that needs to head
we need
back.
him to stay on that spot.
Kyle Welcher, Brandon Cobb, Josh Douglas moving up into 5th place. How about that?
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
We're going back 4, maybe 5 decades. Bassmaster history here at this incredible place, St. Lawrence River. This is the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite Day 1. Everyone wanting to squeeze 4 more days of fishing out of the season of 2024. Got a lot of Canadians in our lineup today. The man on the Yeti hot seat right now, the Canadian Chris Johnston, former champion here. Weigh-in master Dave Mercer, also from Canada. And that weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. Eastern time right here on Bassmaster.com.
We also just found out that Captain Jack Sparrow is Canadian. We just saw his ship just right by Corey Johnston. I think that was Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yeti hot seat is like molten lava. Taking a look at some of our anglers on the map that we have cameras with today. We already heard Kyle Welcher going to be making his way back to the mouth of the river. Probably not a bad idea. Get out to Brandon Cobb live, who had a great first 90 minutes of competition.
22, maybe 23, but I got one. I just caught a 4.10 that didn't call, so my smallest one's right at 4 pounds. He was like balance beam even. So trying to decide, I might make one more pass through his little area, and then we might have to go look at something else. I got like 1 or 2 more areas I think I might catch a few, so it'd be really nice if I could find something else today, which I may go to the lake tomorrow, so it might not even matter this stuff in the river, but it's been good for how rough it is. I thought I could catch 22 here, and that's about what I've done. But I do have a 4-pounder that I could cull to get up to that like 23 and a half mark. So if we get rid of him, we'll be a little bit better off.
Pretty much been a deep water gig all day long with a lot of the anglers that we have on camera, pretty much from 17 all the way out to 50 to 55 feet of water. And I know a lot of our viewers that fish up there a lot, as much fun as it is to fish shallow there in the river, out on the lake. Not good when you have cloudy conditions. It's almost, it was weird. Through all the years of fishing there and tournaments that we've covered, it seems the best days up shallow, the brighter skies, just get those fish hunting up shallow, and you don't see as consistent stringers when you get a lot of cloud cover, 10 foot of water and less.
We're 6 weeks later than we were last year. What does that place the fish?
A lot deeper.
A lot deeper.
A lot, horrible grammar, a lot more deeper.
A lot more deeper, yeah.
You know, you'll still see a real nice push in September and October, shallow. But there's just so many, like, this is
9 minutes.
This is a tournament you have to have 5-pound quality, and the bulk of that is out deep.
So we often see
There's only so much you can handle of this
in the fall down south or up north.
Really
fish make a push. Whoa.
How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? Cooper Gallant with a 5.12. He's in 9th place now with 21 even.
They're just not wanting to bite. It is
I'd
what it
love
is.
to see him at some point today pop in with
You
service.
would, wouldn't you?
I would love to. But what I was saying was, you know, down south, those fish go out deep in the summer and then come back shallow in the fall. At certain places for smallmouth, they probably do the same thing. we saw the Open here in September, you know, a month later than where we're at right now, and they were just as deep, if not deeper.
Yeah, you're right.
Will they make a push early October shallow again, or
100%.
they're there? Okay,
Absolutely.
I mean, a large percentage.
And
of
the other side of that, Ronnie, is look, there is schools, especially on that north side. I was talking with Tommy about this at commercial break. There's massive schools of shallow fish on that, you know, from Amherst west, southwest. But is there 105 pounders up there is the problem. You may have less quantity out deep, but your quality is there. Yeah. It's fun to go up shallow and catch a gazillion 3 3/4 to 4 pound, but it means nothing
for tournament fishing.
Yes.
It's nothing. Yeah.
But, you know, what's funny is, I'd like to bring this up with Davey later today. This is one of the true rare places, this region of Lake Ontario, compared to some other Great Lakes, where there is a population of bass that lives incredibly shallow after they spawn. You've seen it with your own eyes. And then there's another population that could only be a half mile away that wants to spend the majority of its life out deep.
Wind slick off, bright skies come the next few days, something like that. Will we see some of our 17 to 40 foot guys also go mess with some of those?
Oh, I think the Johnstons will keep that honest up shallow. But you can also tell in this tournament with these conditions what these two anglers on camera are doing. This tournament is going to be one deep.
Yeah.
You know.
I just wondered with 4 to 6 foot waves pounding on shallow areas, how long would it take for those smallmouth to get comfortable to be back up there? Just half a day, hours?
Quickly,
yeah.
Very quickly. You know, this is just not a body of water that gets muddy.
Yeah.
It's just more, they get happy with high skies up shallow. And it's not that Ronnie, it's not that a 20-pound stringer is bad. You know, you can go chuck a bladed jig or a spinner bait up shallow, but to contend for a victory here, it's almost like you cannot have a 20-pound bag.
Yeah.
Chris, one of those notoriously low guessers on his weight. If he made the comment he's got 5 big ones in his live well now, a big one to him is 5 pounds. So you can do the math. You absolutely can, no doubt.
Well, after last year when we had day one 9 bags over 25 pounds, the leader was Jacob Foster, 7:15. Would you think most of these guys would keep their foot on the pedal?
Yeah, I think you'll see that today. More so tomorrow. Boy, big hats off to all the marshals and cameramen and women that went out there today. Should be a lot more pleasant on day 2.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the worst day, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I think Jeff Gustafson said it plainly in practice, posted a video in the waves out there in Ontario and said, this isn't the best conditions, but this is why they grow big. This is why they're protected. The weather protects them half the year with ice and cold weather, and half of it is wind in the summer.
Seth actually said Gussie caught a 7-pounder in practice here, and we got to see a lot of that quality early this morning. A lot of anglers deciding not to go in the lake early this morning. Big fish early in the morning right around Cape Vincent area, and then see anglers like Chris Johnston getting out in the lake and getting it done. But really the story of the day, your Angler of the Year leaders Brandon Cobb and Kyle Welcher, both with really strong limits.
One more of those would be all right.
If you'd have told us that our 1 and 2 in the race would be 1 and 2 and near the top of the leaderboard today, I don't think we'd have believed you.
Pretty awesome morning. Definitely a lot of gambles were taken this morning. One of those by Kyle Welcher, and getting it done probably on his way back to Clayton right now.
Absolutely. Joey Cifuentes, 6'2", for us early today as well. Got plenty more on the way now. Coming up, live mixed coverage for you continues here on the St. Lawrence at 12. It's going to be on location with Dave and Davey, Dave Mercer, Davey Hyde at the Antique Boat Museum there in our host city of Clayton. That's an awesome place.
Yeah, it is.
Of course, our coverage will take you all the way up to 3 p.m. when the weigh-in commences in Clayton as well. We will see you in a little bit.
The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Oh my goodness, this is nerve-wracking. And boring. I hope some other people are catching some fish for the people to watch out there. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, the dinks. Well, that's pretty standard, but the little fish always bite better. That's all good, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. freaking mind-blowing. Yeah, they're all over the place, man. I mean, they're everywhere. I really need to move and go try something else, but I just keep thinking I can get one.
think sometimes you don't know where your passion's going to lead you sometimes. I think you follow it, and the path may not be exactly what you have in your mind, but if you stay with the passion, it may be a long, windy road that you don't really know how, you didn't really plan that. And there's going to be ups and downs, of course, but find your passion and follow it. Hey, my name's Gary Klaus. We're here in Winchester, Tennessee. It's the right down the road is the Phoenix Boat Factory. We're at my shop today, doing a Phoenix Pro Diaries, I think's the name of it. I guess I've had 2 career paths, if you want to call my fishing a career path. It started out that way, and that didn't work out so well, which we'll get into, I'm sure. But yeah, I've had 2 career paths: boat building and fishing. And the fishing side of it is how I got into boat building. The fishing side is the passion that I have for bass fishing, and got hooked on that at a young age. And I've never looked back, and I look forward to each tournament today as much as I did in my first one in 74 or 5, whatever year that was. So I had some success fishing tournaments at the local level, and decided I'm going to be a pro fisherman. That's my goal in life, to be a pro fisherman anyway. So people that I had met, Charlie Campbell was one of them. So Charlie Campbell, Stacy King, good friend of mine still today. Howard McAllister was a friend. Chet Douthit. Chet was an established professional by that time. He had won a lot. And I remember the last tournament that at that time, they were the Bassmaster Invitationals, which was the highest level there was. And we went to upstate New York, out of Clayton. And I had a pretty good day the first day and was in pretty good shape. And the second day, I was probably in the top 20, if memory serves. And the second day, I just totally bombed out. But what I had done, I had been going to Nashville, working for 2 or 3 weeks for Stratus Boats, getting ready for their dealer show. And I had this expense check that they'd cut for a lot of expenses. So I had $2,000 or $3,000 or whatever the number was. So I'm going to take this money, I'm going to go to New York, and I'm going to gamble it on this tournament, and I'm going to win enough to pay my credit card bill off and have money left over. Well, that didn't work out too well. Somewhere down the line between New York and Missouri, I had to borrow $100 from Charlie to get truck gas to make it home. And so I wonder sometimes if I hadn't won enough money there and kept going, would I be where I'm at today? So I think that kind of goes back to what I said about the passion. If you just keep following your passion, it may be one passion to another, but follow your passion. And I think, generally speaking, it'll work out better. You know, when I went to work for Stratus Boats in 1988, Ken Primo was the number 2 man, the second in command at Stratus, and he believed in me. And I'm just a kid, grew up as an auto mechanic and tried to go be a pro fisherman and went broke, and was pretty good at working on boats, and that was about all I was good at, you know. So, but for whatever reason, he believed in me, give me a chance. I worked at Stratus in the rigging shop for a while, and then worked my way into customer service, and did that for 5 years, and then worked my way into sales. And he believed in me the whole way. And also, I worked for him at Triton, and worked for the man 15 years. And I learned a lot from Ken Primo. Things that I still do today at Phoenix, I think, I think about lessons I learned from him. And, the next opportunity I had was to come back to Stratus as a general manager, president, and Randy Hopper believed in me. And he was interviewing me. I wasn't sure what it was for, and he said, well, we need a general manager. I remember thinking, wow. And I told him, I said, Randy, that's going to be a stretch, that's above what I've ever done, And well, no, we're going to support you. And I could tell he believed in me. And so all that has led me to kind of the story at Phoenix. I had a vision of what I thought could happen, and I kind of saw how the market was going and what brands, the bass boat brands, were doing, and I just knew it would work. I believed it in my heart that it would work. Teresa believed, you know, when I said, you know, I think we can do this on our own, she believed, and Hank Baker believed, and so then I started telling my story to different people, and they believed. Some of them didn't believe, and some of them decided, no, I don't think you're going to make it, you know. And I see them today, and they say, God, I sure wish I'd have got in on that deal, you know. You know, in 2018 was certainly a big time in the bass fishing world, a turnover and a change. And I had the option to go either way. And when I got the call, the invitation to the Elite Series, it was like a goal and a dream that could actually come true. So there was no question what my decision would be. And it was because of me fishing the tournaments in the early days, and knowing that being the goal then when I was 22 years old, and also, you know, in my 50s. You know, when we started the company in 2007, was a different world than it was in 2009. So that, you know, 2008 with the economic crash in the marine market fell 60% in about 18 months, and dealers were going bankrupt, and so we had visions of grandeur, of course, when you start something. But by 2008, we dreamed of just hanging on. It was such a tough time, you know. We were small. We only had, our overhead was low, and we only had 7 or 8 employees, you know, and built a boat every week if we're lucky, you know. And so the way it worked out, you know, if you look at it on a graph, you had the brands up here, all the brands that we know, the popular brands up here, and we're down here at the bottom. Well, economically, everybody went down. They got knocked down to half, and we were still here. Half of a little bit is not near as much as half of a lot. So in a weird way, that the economic downturn helped us. So we held on and just kept on working, and wound up where we're at today, which I'm very pleased with our position in the market. We've stayed focused on bass boats, fiberglass bass boats, and even within that, we've stayed focused on the bigger fiberglass bass boats. It's been our goal to build a brand that people trust, and that a brand that says quality, and a brand run by people that their goal is to do the right thing in all cases.
They're bass. I couldn't get them to bite though. I can't tell if it was a big one or not. I caught a good one here yesterday. It was all right. Hard to say. Tell how big he is. All right, I can't tell if he'll call that one or not. Hard to say, isn't it? He's fat. He's just not that big. Good Lord, I can't get my hand around him. He's so fat. He might. That thing is chunky. I'm about to fall down. God, that is like the roundest. I mean, he's blown up from coming from deep, but still. Let's weigh him, see how big he is. We know he's got to be over 4 to do anything. So if he's like a 4.5, I don't think he's a 4.5. He's going to be close. Oh yeah. 4.5. Almost 430, 440, but between 4.5, 4.25. So he should, my calculations are correct. Don't let that trip you there. He should call this one. I'm gonna still balance beam them because they are close. Just to be sure, but it should be, I think it was 4, I don't remember now.
I think it was 4.
Yeah, I'm gonna be sure. Yeah, that one's a lot bigger. 3. That one's also a lot bigger. I'm gonna swap this to him. This to him and balance beam, be sure. I'm pretty sure this one's about to get thrown back though. Had him nice and happy and fizzed in the live well though. Yeah, I think he calls. Just to make sure we're not messing up, I'm doing kind of a speed call here with this. It's getting to be all the same size. Yep. Yep. One was a 5-pounder, I think. So, yeah, he's a 5-pounder. He looks bigger. Bounce beam. That might be one of the next ones to go right there, though. Yeah, I think that might be the next one to go. Good when you're calling 4s. Come on. Yep, he's good. I'm gonna fizz that one. I think. Yeah. He is blown up like a blimp. Lose my cap.
All right, moved to a new location. Very windy. Fish are hard to catch. It's a grind today. It's a short enough grind. This place is, it's real interesting. It was, when I first started fishing here probably about 4 or 5 years ago, it was phenomenal, and you know, a lot of these fish that I find out here, you know, I could catch them pretty easily. I mean, not super easy, but, and it just seems like every time I come here, it just gets harder and harder to catch them. And I know they're here. I'm not fishing for, you know, they're not walleye down there. I mean, there's some walleye mixed in, but I know for a fact that their big smallmouth live out here on these places, but they're just very hard to catch. And but I really fully expected that. I just got to step my game up and make it happen. And I don't know if it's the conditions or what. You would think they'd bite. Maybe there'll be a little time here in 30 minutes or so where they'll go to biting. I don't know. But it's just a grindy day. Tough day. All I need is 2 more bites. If I get 2 fish to bite out here, I'm golden. Or I'll feel good. But at the moment, I'm in need of, time is going away rapidly. Come on, dude. All right.
Come on, fish. I'm actually having a little trouble holding on them between the wind and the current. Drifting backwards. Sure, the boat slap's not helping either. Very, very hard to hold. We've drifted beyond the spot. Can't get back up to it. This is when you need a long shaft trolling motor. I don't have one. We're moving, but not fast. Yeah, it could, which I haven't been having to run it that hard till like these last little few minutes. There must be a lot more current here where it hooks around, because out there it's not that bad. And it hooks between this island, I guess it speeds it up. There's a bunch of them right there. If they bit a little easier, this would be easy, but I gotta like hit them in the head. A group of like 20 of them. There's so many down there. Huh? Well, so this spot yesterday, I found it, and it was calm yesterday, you know, and I sat here like 20 minutes, couldn't get one to bite, and I was about to leave. I was like, I guess they're not bass, you know? And then I caught like a 480. So I know they're all bass. I just caught a 450, whatever, and caught a 480 yesterday. I know they're all bass. They're just really hard to get to bite. Don't know why, but they are. I think that's Vegeta or whatever. I fully expected him to be in the lake. He probably couldn't use his electronics very well in the lake today. Said, I need to go somewhere I can see the graph. There's a bunch of big boulders right here. There's like 5 or 6 behind every rock. And they just stare at it.
Probably a little one. Just one. trying to figure out how there's current and there's wind, so you don't know what your bait is doing exactly, but I think I'm starting to figure out what it's doing. That's half the battle. Golly. Fall out of the boat. Oh, I have fish on there.
The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome into our on-location coverage, and where are we? The beautiful St. Lawrence River, 189 days ago. A lot of battles started. Of course, the battle to get the berth into the Bassmaster Classic requalification points, our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, and a Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. It's all going to be decided in the next 4 days, but atop the leaderboard, Canada's Cooper Gallant with 24 pounds 4 ounces. A pair of Canadians up top, and the very first Canadian ever to win the Lead Series event. But look out in third place, Jay Shakura, the defending champion here, moved within 30-some points of our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leaderboard. But as you can see, Brandon Cobb and Kyle Welcher are not going to let him in. Yeah. Davey, I'm going to be honest. There's times we have to create drama, and you kind of, it's the end of the season. There's always drama. But what's happening this morning is like a Disney script. To see all of the people that need to catch them are catching them.
It really is. I don't remember, and I've been coming up here a long time. I've been keeping up with the Bassmaster Tournament Trail before I started fishing it way back in 1993. But I don't remember the final event of a season and it starting off like this, where you've got the Rookie of the Year race, your top two anglers both just knocking it out of the park this morning. Angler of the Year, top two are knocking it out of the park this morning. And I know they've got to feel good. It's like, especially Kyle Welcher made a real long run this morning. Hey, I got my 22, 23, 24 pounds, somewhere in there, 22 to 24 pounds. I got what I need for today. I'm going to just take it on back in. And then Brandon Cobb's going to say, oh, not so fast. I stayed here in the river and caught that same amount. So absolutely incredible what we got going on here. And besides that, we're going to have somebody win an event, win $100,000 and a guaranteed berth to the Bassmaster Classic.
Davey, through your Hall of Fame career, two-time Angler of the Year, you've been on both sides of this. There's a lot of pressure on all of our field here today. More pressure on those trying to close the deal on Angler of the Year, or those trying to slide into that last Bassmaster Classic berth?
That is a great question. That is a great question. And the big thing, that you brought up is pressure. But there's pressure trying to requalify for the elites. There's pressure throughout the board. And in my career, I had pressure from all different angles, trying to make the Classic, trying to win an Angler of the Year, or just trying to finish out a decent year. But the pressure never ends out here, because you've got, 100 of the best anglers in the world trying to beat you out of that next spot. But to answer your question, certainly the Bassmaster Classic is the biggest event in professional bass fishing. But to qualify for that is a little different than to have a chance to win an Angler of the Year. Both of them, in my opinion, are the two biggest titles in our sport. Titles. To qualify for a chance at a title versus to win that title, that's incredible. A lot of pressure there on Brandon Cobb and Kyle Welcher.
Well, let's have a look at how our anglers set up and head out on the water. As I said, this battle started 189 days ago, Okeechobee, Florida. And it's all going to be decided in the next 4 days of competition on one of the most fabled fisheries on earth, the St. Lawrence River, for the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite. And you see our anglers spread out pretty decent there, but let's see what our anglers have been up to with your Toyota midday report. And no better to start with than the cowboy, Joey Cifuentes.
Yeah, it was absolutely great this morning watching him catch his second fish was the 6-pounder, I think. He had just had a great start, chose to stay in the river, playing it a little safe, but that's not really playing it safe when you start catching fish like that. Just take a look at that fish. That is a football, 6-pound St. Lawrence River smallmouth bass. It is just absolutely gorgeous. And here's the thing. We've seen Joey do well. Obviously had 2 wins this year. He is really expecting to win this event. He came here thinking, I got a great chance. I love fishing here. It's what I like to do, forward-facing sonar, using my electronics all the way around. He wants to win this event, not just finish out Rookie of the Year.
From our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year leader to our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Kyle Welcher in lead by 8 points coming into this event.
Yeah, he was, and he was one of the ones that made that long run. He had to gamble. He felt like, I need to go a long way to have a chance to catch over 20 pounds. Fortunately for him, I was out there this morning, it wasn't as rough as maybe a lot of people thought, including myself. I'm not saying it was slick calm by any means, but I think you could go just about anywhere you thought you could reasonably go in this tournament with 8 hours to fish. So Kyle Welcher, credit to him. No matter who wins this, him or Brandon Cobb, they have both battled it out and really finished well. No matter what happens, either one of them really deserve, because it's not like one of them really fell off towards the end of the year. Both of them are finishing strong.
The guy that he's been trading the baton with, it seems, event after event, Brandon Cobb. We'll have to see who ends up with the lead at the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brandon Cobb has been very successful, very consistent when he's been on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But much like his South Carolina friend Patrick Walters, when they came north, they seemed to go down in the standings a little bit, still having great Angler of the Year type finishes. But Brandon Cobb and Patrick Walters have both stepped it up on their smallmouth game this year. Very excited to see Brandon Cobb able to do well at St. Clair, obviously Champlain, and what a start here this morning. Unofficially, just right up there out of the top 10, right around the top. No, he's actually in 4th right now. It's so tight in there. I mean, those 22s and ounces, who knows? He could be in 2nd or he could be in 10th place with that. But a great start for Brandon Cobb. He is a smallmouth expert, it looks like, these days.
Speaking of smallmouth experts, the very first Canadian ever to win an Elite Series title, and he did it right here.
Yeah, Dave Mercer, you knew Corey and Chris Johnston long before I did, and you knew that they were going to dominate when they came here in the north, and certainly I did too, keeping up with their history. But if you really, now that we've learned they're great largemouth fishermen in Florida all the way up to Canada, they can catch largemouth or smallmouth. But if you really think about what Chris, and I thought about this today when I was out on the water, Chris Johnston has led the Bassmaster Elite tournaments that he's fished on the St. Lawrence River. He's led more days than not. I mean, he is just a few years ago when Frazier won the event here, Chris Johnston won it led it the first 3 days, and then just fell back just a little bit to not be able to seal the deal on that. But he has been the leader in this event more times than not when we've been here.
Trades that lead often with his brother. We see him in a 2-box. Corey Johnston doesn't like to hear it, but he is the only Canadian. Well, no, now that Coop's here, he's not the only one without an Elite Series title.
He better step it up, because Cooper is leading this event, so looks like we are certainly going to have a battle of the Canadians come Championship Sunday.
But don't forget about the Cowboy. I mean, he does so well in smallmouth tournaments. Said that these were the events he was circling. So don't get mistaken thinking he's from Arkansas. He's came very close to winning a major event here just a few years ago. And I got to say it, how ridiculous is it that we're at our last event, he's won 2 Elite Series titles already this season, and he's still getting pushed for Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. Kyoya Fujita is behind him 15 points.
What a rookie class we have had, obviously, with 4 rookie victories out of our first 8 events, and certainly he's going to be in the mix. And Kyoya, Coop, I mean, there's 3 or 4 that absolutely have a great chance to win again here this week.
I can't stress to you just the work that Coop has put in the break that we had, about a 6-week break previous to the Northern Swing, while these lakes were all still open to pre-practice. The Johnston brothers have literally been stealing everybody's money back in Canada. 15 guys with $100 on the line, they show up on a Tuesday night and take it.
I think it's going to happen.
But he has done nothing, Cooper, but pre-fish these lakes.
Wow.
I don't know when and where.
All in on this event.
I'm around him. I know I'm around him.
Quick look at your TH Marine weather. High 70 degrees, low 64. Afternoon showers, southeast wind, 15 miles an hour. And this afternoon is when it's going to get really sporty out there.
Yeah, and for those of you who haven't been to Lake Ontario, St. Lawrence River, that 15 miles an hour is not at Cape Vincent. When they say 15 miles an hour, that means it's going to be at least 25 at Cape Vincent.
Sometimes they don't.
you can notice that Joey's in relatively calm water, speaking, and Corey Johnston was. A lot of these anglers, when they can get around an island or something, that forward-facing sonar, when your trolling motor is jumping up and down 3 to 5 feet, it's very, very difficult. I was actually, Goya was the first angler I saw out on the lake this morning, and he was somewhat protected also. I think all that is part of their strategy. And then when the wind direction changes, hopefully they've got some areas that'll be protected from a different direction of the wind.
It's supposed to lay down overnight, correct?
Yes. Tomorrow's supposed to be really good. Today, if you believe weather forecast, today should be the most difficult day, and they are flat catching them. So super excited to see what we may see come to the scales tomorrow.
Smallmouth right there.
Yeah, and catching them early, which is going to be key today. Just to, if you're Kyle Welcher trying to protect an 8-point lead, you went out there.
Going one way and the current taking me another way.
You filled the meat locker, get back.
Yes.
He bit it, and I missed him.
Shoot. I bet Kyle Welcher and Brandon Cobb are going to think, I would.
Yeah.
Think, hey,
I did it.
I made some ground today. Maybe didn't do it, but I made some ground today. And they might be even closer going out tomorrow morning than they were this morning. They might be less than 6 points apart.
For the last 2 tournaments,
that sucks.
Day 3 has been Cobb's nemesis. If you look at the last 2 tournaments, it literally looked like going out in the morning in Day 3, it looked like Cobb's going to leave this event with a fairly sizable lead over Welcher.
Yep.
And for 2 Day 3s in a row, Cobb has kind of struggled on that day, and Welcher has shown up.
Yep.
And it's
big time at Champlain, I noticed in particular, because I talked to Brandon Cobb after Day 2. He had a good day, and he said he jumped off 2 5-poundish kind of fish, maybe a little under, maybe a little tad over. Just jumped right beside the boat. Nothing you can really do.
It's not fun to fish in, but it helps the current in the river move the right way and move strong.
But he goes out the next day. He felt really good. I said, a lot of fish, and you lost 2. It's disappointing, but at least you got a lot of fish. He said they were just basically gone. Not a fraction of the fish there on Day 3 that was there Day 2. I guess they all swam where Kyle Welcher was fishing.
So we have a situation here. I mean, they were separated by 8 points coming into this. We have a situation where this Angler of the Year race, I mean, I know we got a few more days of fishing, but it literally, I mean, they both make the top 10. It's not going to be decided till Sunday.
Very difficult to get the bite. You can find them. Getting them to bite's another story.
So Kyle Welcher, great angler. You spotted that like his first year out here. Even did some research before he got out here. But I've fished with Brandon Cobb. He lives 15 minutes from me, okay? So I just know a little bit more about what makes him tick. He does not really like to use forward facing. We've heard him say that.
Mm-hmm.
But he loves to just use, I mean, he fishes deep at Hartwell, at Lake Russell, Lake Jocassee. He loves to fish like 2D and down imaging type sonar. He is very, very good at what he's doing out there today.
Told me before this northern swing started that his biggest concern was the wind. He said, he said, as much as I try, I just can't fish effectively in the wind. He said, I can't hold on the spot. I can't graph properly. It just, that was his. So if he leaves here today with a good weight that he has, I mean, the next 3 days should set up very well for him.
Yes.
Cooper Gallant absolutely leading this tournament, though. Not just all about Angler of the Year. Your marathon peak performance and the hard work of Cooper Gallant is paying off, Davey Height.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that Cooper is really pre-fished and prepared for this event. for a long time now. I talked to him a little at the Classic. I got to spend more time with him then than any other time. You know, it's his first year that I've really got to know him. Super bright future, in my opinion, for Coop. But it's interesting that the way he went all in here. But he's had a good solid year up before we came up here. But you got to give him the Marathon Peak performance this morning, the first day of the Bassmaster Elite event on the St. Lawrence River. First fish starting off with a 5-pounder, 4.8, 5.12, 5.8, and 4 even. Made a long run, I think, this morning, but not nearly as long as he and a couple other guys are going to later in the week.
That your Marathon Peak performance, and that young Cooper Gallant, his first season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, threatening to become the 5th event won by a rookie. He is atop the leaderboard with 24 pounds and 12 ounces. And right now, I am imagining a whole bunch of Canadians are gassing up the family truckster, because why not head to Clayton this weekend? Because it looks like it's going to be a fun week for Canada.
It certainly does.
Keep your eye on number 3, Jay Shakurik, your defending Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. Well, not defending, but you know what I'm saying.
Hey guys, Cooper Gallant here on the St. Lawrence River for the final stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is one rod I'm gonna have on the deck all day tomorrow, and I'm gonna pick it up a lot throughout the day. The bait is an EXO Ned Zone. I chopped about a 1/4 inch off it, a little bit smaller profile, on an Outcast tackle, perfect Ned head. 8-pound Shimano Mastiff FC fluorocarbon, 10-pound Power Pro braid, Shimano Stratic on a G Loomis IMX Pro 892. JWR, so that's a 7.5 medium power rod. It's a little bit longer. I like that long rod. Parabolic bend, keeps them pinned with the light line. But that's the combo. I'm going to be throwing a lot tomorrow here on the St. Lawrence. Hopefully we can catch a few big ones.
Well, I don't think he has to hope anymore. It's kind of a reality. That your Bass Pro Shops top lures, but from your tournament leader, Cooper Gallant, 24 pounds and 12 ounces. Chris Johnston right behind him with 23 pounds, 14 ounces. And Jay Shakurik, he tamed those Johnston brothers last year and even did a little trash talking from the stage. Could he be their nemesis?
Oh, he's Corey Johnston's nemesis right now, because I guarantee you Corey's not having a lot of fun out there right now. Not quite up to his standards, but a lot of time left for him being so close to takeoff. Speaking of which, here we are, Corey Johnston in the river, not far from takeoff.
There's 2 big ones down there, but they won't eat. Yeah, it's been a tough day. We made a long run there not too long ago, hoping that we could get out and fish some stuff, and I mean, we just couldn't do it. There was 8-footers rolling in. We got 2 real good ones, and one about 3 3/4 and 2 3s. So we need 2 more bites to be able to stay in the game here. So we got a little bit of time left. See what happens.
You see there earlier today, Corey did catch 2 good ones. One of those good ones, I was listening in while we were out on the water. He called a pound 7, which I think he's got 1 or 2 of those, 2-poundish kind of fish in his live well right now. He certainly needs to get out of there. So the wind has picked up. That's part of, just things you can't control. He started in the river and then decided, hey, I need to go. And by then the waves had gotten much bigger than they were right at takeoff this morning. So just bad timing on his part.
I gotta be honest, Davey. I'm shocked. Like, I would have never imagined he'd be in the river. I mean, you can catch him here, but I mean, Corey It's all about the lake.
Yeah, and not only in the river, because we saw this morning a lot of these, including these two, Joey and Brandon, were in the river this morning, but they were at the mouth of the, they were at the mouth, where we've seen Corey a good bit being in the river 15 miles from the mouth, which very surprising to me also.
Your current leaders. Our current leader in Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, and Brandon Cobb in second place for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Saw a few anglers fishing extremely shallow this morning. None of the ones that I see there in our unofficial top 10. But there's always a few fish shallow. There's always even some, I should say, there's always fish shallow here. But, man, these cloudy days, there's not as many up there. They love to get up there shallow when the sun shines. And it's supposed to do that tomorrow.
And if you go under the water and look, it is amazing. It's so simple for us to be like, it's clear water. Literally, when the sun comes out from behind a cloud, it looks no different than turning a light on in a room. Like, that's how much further they can see.
So let's go give it a whirl. See. All right. I swear I'm moving every time they get me live.
Well, I certainly know you know what you're talking about there. You've been diving the last 2 days for about 7-8 hours a day, haven't you?
Boats over here. I can't tell.
That's awesome. Brandon Cobb making a little move. He said he had a few other places that he had confidence in fishing in the river, but he also talked about maybe doing a little pre-fishing for the later, the next 3 days, which I think would be very, very smart. Hopefully Kyle Welcher, I think he was coming back early, can do that. That's when you can really kind of put a tournament together, when you're able to get, your target weight here, I think, needs to be for these guys that are battling for that title of Rookie of the Year or Angler of the Year. Probably needs to be 22 at least, maybe 23 pounds. But they both have that. So you can go spend the next 4 hours trying to find one place that you might need on Saturday or Sunday. Kind of playing on house money, so to speak.
Find one of them big ones.
Joey Cifuentes, your current Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, and what a rookie season he has had. Not one, but 2 wins in his rookie season.
Yeah, Dave Mercer, you said this is the 189th day since we started down at Lake Okeechobee. Well, this obviously is not Lake Okeechobee, but it is Lake Seminole. A lot of history of Bassmaster events down there. And Joey Cifuentes made history as elite season, the second event of the year, with a win. Fishing a drop shot, like we've seen him do a lot this year, but there it was fishing a drop shot in Spring Creek, standing timber. Basically had that whole area to himself, fishing deep in that timber. There were some other anglers fishing around that area shallow, but a little surprising, but he had a great plan. He started there on day 1 and won the event, fishing there all 4 days.
Said he circled the calendar for these final 3 events. And obviously took a win at Lake St. Clair. So the circling paid off and has had great events up to this point through all of them. Thought it was unique when you looked at that Seminole footage. I remembered that Kyoya was second to him there.
Yeah.
But, man,
we didn't have any idea what was going to happen.
A visual of your Angler of the Year battle. The scary thing about this fishery is you can catch them and not catch them. And
Right.
what I mean, like, you remember, I believe it was Carl Jacobson was the first guy out of the cut with 20 and 20. So you can literally go catch a 20-pound bag and, I mean, just not get a couple of bigger bites. And you still had a great day, but
I don't know what to do.
You get eliminated from this event.
And so much on the line here. We talked about, you know, from Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, Bassmaster Classic qualification, requalification to the elites. And honestly, over 2 days, about 1 pound and 12 ounces can really make a big difference in your career. What happens to you here this week to finish out this year, whether it's, you know, to hold the Angler of the Year title trophy over your head, Rookie of the Year, or just be able to fish the elite season next year. And it's going to be that. It's going to be, for some people, it's going to be like a little over 1 pound makes that call for them, which is unfortunate in a way, but man, it's fun for a fan to watch the races being that close. And you really don't know until whether you're eliminated on Friday or the final tick of the clock on Sunday afternoon when you have to come in. One fish can make a big swing in your career.
Had one knock the fire out of it, and he did need it.
And as if all those battles weren't intriguing enough, you look at your top 10 right now. Remember, a Bassmaster Classic berth on the line here.
Yes.
With a victory.
Yep.
Sitting in 6th place, Josh Douglas.
Wow.
I mean, it'd be pretty incredible to see him pull it off, too.
It really, really would.
4 or 5 on it, just looking at it. Come on and bite it.
And I think I think I heard maybe Ronnie and maybe even a person or two here this week, but Ronnie this morning I think mentioned that Josh basically knows he needs to fish to win this event. And you say, well, gosh, doesn't he do that every event? But yes and no, but because oftentimes you're playing it like Kyle Welcher. If he had to win this event, he would not have left. If he felt like he had to win Angler of the Year, he probably would not have left this morning when he did to come back. I think he totally did the right thing. So there are times when you're fishing more just all in to win than others. And for Josh Douglas to be doing that, and at least it looking like he certainly has a chance on day one, is super cool to watch. So I like, because of being out there a bunch of years, kind of knowing what's going on in these guys' head, because it went on in mine. Whether you're doing really good or really bad, I've done both of those. But you know Corey Johnston really good. What's going on in his head right now? Yes, absolutely. And especially because he feels like his hands are tied now. He tried to go out and he said it was too rough where he wanted to go. For him to turn that boat around and come back into the river, yeah, it was yum, yum, yum. How'd you do that?
He's hooked up now. I'm sure the voices are quiet.
Boy, it's something big. Oh, here. I did say something big.
Gross, look at that thing.
I said you know Corey Johnston really good. Did you think at this point in this event you'd see him throwing a bladed jig in the river?
No. No, yeah. I would have bet.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly,
a lot of money.
I'll be honest, the first time I've ever, on Bass Live, been, like, if you go back to when we saw him in the river, I didn't say anything for a minute, Davey, because I was that shocked. Like, a moment of total honesty, we both hit our cough button, and I said, Davey, did he have boat problems? What is going on? But hey, never second guess Corey Johnston on this body of water. But atop the leaderboard, another Canadian, Cooper Gallant, Elite Series rookie, trying to win an Elite Series event for the 5th time by a rookie this season. Chris Johnson right behind him, Jay Shakurik, and look at 1 and 2. in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race in 5th and 4th. Minn Kota Elite.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
Welcome into our on-location coverage. Beautiful Clayton, New York, to finish off our season at the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. Such an incredible spot to finish the season. Giant fish, and it's all about big bass, big stage, big dreams. Well, they don't get much bigger than this next one. Caught by the cowboy, Joey Cifuentes, with your power pole replay of the day.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we were really fortunate to have a camera with Joey this morning.
Look at the size.
Got to be power pole replay today when you catch a 6-pounder on Bassmaster Live, especially one that looks like that. I don't know, but for some reason, definitely gets my vote. Power pole replay today, just because that fish is just short and round. 6-pounder, solid 6-pounder. Joey Cifuentes, power pole replay of the day.
Well earned, and what a rookie season he has had. It's still baffling to me that anybody's even close to him. Any other year, you'd be walking away with it. I mean, I'll be honest, Bryant Smith in 3rd place. You look at the season he's had. That's a Rookie of the Year season.
Yes.
But
gotta be little.
Don't tell that to Joey Cifuentes or Kuya Fujita.
I don't know, it's coming up that pretty quick. Now that one I throw on, it just eats instantly. I just don't understand. Just don't come off whatever you do, fish. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't do it. Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, it's not even that big, but he'll call one of my dinks. That's why he ate. He's little. I don't know what to think anymore.
If his smallest fish is just a 2-pounder, that should help. Definitely a little over 2 pounds there.
I think his smallest fish is probably
This is
bigger than a
still
2-pounder. No one says that, but do you realize how small a 2-pounder is in the St. Lawrence River?
Well, I do now, but I promise you, in the 1990s, those 2-pounders were gold. I mean, I can't stop talking about that. If you fished here, and I know you did, but I'm just talking about people that are listening in. If you fished here in the 90s and now you're watching this, it's absolutely amazing what this fishery has become. Because the fish in the river then were like 8 ounces to 1.25 pounds, most of them. You could go fish deep like a lot of these anglers are in the river this time of the year, and you'd catch 100 1-pounders.
Wow.
And now they're catching 6-pounders. Not 100 of them, obviously, but.
3 box showing both your top 2 in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Kyle Welcher came into this event with the lead. He's 1 spot behind Brandon Cobb right now on our leaderboard, on our official leaderboard. But if he stays that close to Cobb, he'll be your Angler of the Year because he has an 8-point lead on him coming into this event. Regardless of how this works out, like you said, they both had Angler of the Year type seasons. And, hey, Kyle Welcher has worked incredibly hard for this as well. I mean, I actually did, I guess I can talk about it now, but I did a podcast with him before that. And he was on Lake St. Clair pre-practicing, and he only had one request. He said, just don't tell anyone where I am. And I said, why? And he said, I just don't want to motivate anyone.
Gosh, a pike just straight bit me off.
Oh! Skeeter boats, big fish alert. Uh-oh, Chris Johnston, we were just talking about how good his day's going. Well, it just got a whole lot better with a 6-pounder right there. Chris Johnston has a monster bag, Davey Height.
Yes, I was going to say I'm betting he's got 27 pounds or pushing 28. But I'll bet you he's got 27 pounds now because he had 5 big ones according to him, and he just caught a 6-pounder. Those 5 big ones, I think he was probably at 26, real close to it. Meanwhile, Kyle Welcher just had a bait removed from his line by a nice pike of the. He's up there shallow, throwing around a vibrating jig. And Brandon Cobb hooked up. It looks like a small one.
Not very big. What do you think the odds are that Corey just punches Chris right in the mouth?
So I know they pull for one another. They work together. Like,
oh, you threw my weight off.
You know, you say like brothers, but I've never seen 2 brothers that work together on tournaments as well as they do. But, yeah, I would think unless Corey catches 20 pounds this afternoon, which I certainly wouldn't bet against that, yeah, he'll be ready to punch Chris right in the mouth if he comes in with 27 pounds. Where'd you catch him? In the lake? Why didn't you go out there? So I'm supposed to fish a few days next week with Corey.
Okay.
Do you think our trips will be better if he comes in with 11 pounds a day or worse?
There's no way he comes in with 11 pounds. Come on.
If he hears that I said that.
I think 20 pounds for him, he'll be angry.
Yes.
Like 20 pounds isn't saving a day to his standards. To the standards
you're exactly right.
Came close to winning the Bassmaster Open here just a little earlier this year.
If he comes in with
Jody
16 pounds, our fishing trip might just be over.
Yeah.
Before it ever starts. You think?
Well, there probably won't be a lot of early mornings. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, these guys. Look at that unofficial weight. And I'd be willing to bet they both are probably underestimating a little bit, but equally so. Came into this morning 6 points apart, Kyle Welcher with a slight lead. And now they're showing Brandon Cobb with a 3-ounce lead, which would probably be about 6 points in this event. Can't draw it up any better than that, can you?
No, I mean, I was literally watching just a second ago. I'm looking how tight their weights are. They were both sitting down at the exact same time, rigging baits and everything. And I'm like, how is it possible that a year-long race or a season-long race that started 189 days ago, and these guys, I mean, this is what you want every season. Like, you want it to, whoever wins will be a great angler of the year. But you want them challenged, and you want it to go down to the wire.
And here's something that I love about this sport and the way Bass has always done it, so to speak. Them not knowing what the other one's got. Because they have to make mental choices about the unknown. Like Kyle Welcher choosing to come in from the lake when he did. Brandon Cobb choosing not to go out.
They realize they can't fish, and they're coming on back.
And you make those choices, you know, from your gut feeling, your instincts as a competitor. And I love that. I love that part about what we do. And they're both going to come in and say, and today, and I would guarantee you, they might not say it out loud, but they're going to think, dang, he just won't go away. Yeah, he just keeps catching them. He won't go away.
A big one right there.
Let's do it until Sunday. I'm trying to think. I don't know that we've had an angler in recent memory that went to, quite often it's decided by day 3.
Yes.
But to have, I said 8 points, but you're right, 6 points between the two when they came into this. There's a very good chance. I mean, especially if they both keep catching them. that this will go right down to the wire?
I don't remember one going until Sunday. And if they're both fishing Sunday, not only will it be Sunday afternoon before it's out, it'll be within the last 20 minutes of Sunday, because a 6-pounder here changes everything. And we've already, we didn't see Chris Johnston's yet, but we saw Joey Fuentes, and we know of at least one other. So it's not like that's wishing for something unrealistic. A 6-pounder.
No, a 6-pounder. I mean, Mueller rated 713 here just a couple of years ago.
Wow.
I mean, a
Insane.
6-pounder is not. It doesn't tap
Unheard
out
of.
at 6.
Right.
That's 6. Speaking of 6-pounders, we had that Skeeter Boats Big Fish alert a little while ago. For Chris Johnston, unofficially, that has put him in the lead. So Chris leading with 25 pounds, 6 ounces, which we think is more than that. Cooper Gallant in second with 24.12.
Which is probably a little more than that.
Yeah.
A big one.
Jay Shakurat in third. And Brandon Cobb hooked up.
It is not a big one. It's a little bitty one. The big one is still sitting down there.
So, Davey, as you said, they're both going to come in to weigh in and feel like they've done their job.
Yep.
And then they're going to feel like, wow, that guy won't go away. You've been in those kind of battles. Is that frustrating, or does that motivate you to be like, wow?
I think for me, it made you realize that's why this title means that much.
Yeah.
Because there's always going to be a guy or two that won't go away. And here's just a real quick little story. The first AOY I won, that guy that wouldn't go away happened to be Kevin Van Dam. A tournament that I was doing better than him, and I thought I was going to make some ground. The final day, he came in and told a story. He caught a 7-pounder, which at that lake at that time was just game changer. He had the audacity to stand on stage and talk about he was cranking, deep cranking. He snagged the 7-pounder, which is totally legal.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he won't go away, and he's got a horseshoe everywhere in every compartment in his boat. Let's put it like that. But it's certainly not the case. But
that's bad.
I wish he had not even told that. The reason he gained ground on me that day is because he snagged a 7-pounder in a very, very tough tournament.
So many of those stories throughout the season. I mean, you look at last year's Angler of the Year battle. Obviously, Palnick won it. What people forget is earlier in the year, Brandon Lester had, I believe, an 8-pounder. Now, sight fish have to be hooked in the mouth. This fish inhaled his bait, but somehow the bait literally went through the gill plate and got hooked on the outside of the mouth. He called tournament director Lisa Talmadge, and it was deemed an illegal fish.
Yes.
And he voluntarily let it go. But that fish, I mean, it ate the bait. It's just the way it was hooked outside of the mouth.
Yeah, that's
so many little tales like that. Can cowboys wear flip-flops? Is that okay, Davey?
I've always kind of thought that was a little different. The cowboy hat and the flip-flops, especially when it's 65 degrees. But can they? Absolutely.
Clearly. Well, so much is yet to be decided, and it's all going to be decided this afternoon at our weigh-in. That's right. Everything is officially unofficial until that point. But at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we will have our weigh-in right here, Clayton, New York, Antique Boat Museum. Make your way down, because our hot seat right now is being led by Chris Johnston, the first Canadian ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. How big do you think his limit is, Davey Hite?
I think he's got 27 pounds, just a little over 27 pounds.
27 pounds and still working on him. What a fishery, what a tournament. We'll be back in just a few minutes from the studio.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
Let's keep it going. Day one.
Oh.
Here on the St. Lawrence River. Yeah.
Speaking of
We're
Crush
rolling.
City.
We are rolling.
Yeah. Thank heavens we left early. Right.
Yes, that's right. Thanks to Dave and Davey for some great on-location coverage there. We're back to bring you another couple of hours, or just short of a couple of hours coverage. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studios. Sponsored by Marathon. And Z, we got a former champion and about 8 times with the Bassmaster's top 6 finisher here, Chris Johnston, on top, but even more incredible than that, 2 salty AOY competitors at the top, side by side, one on top of the other, back and forth through the morning. Who would have ever drawn it up like that?
I totally agree. And looking at that footage with Kyle Welcher and his boat and Jake Latondras, his cameraman, usually that's mixed in with a lot of profanity. I'm glad that we did not have his mic on right there.
Probably a good idea.
But Tommy, honestly, for all the viewers wrapping up the year with us on Bassmaster Live, obviously the story in this tournament, for sure, the Angler of the Year race, guys trying to qualify for the Classic, Rookie of the Year race. But I mean what I'm going to say, man. And you look at everybody in the top 10, you say they've knocked their lights out. But when you watch Chris Johnston fish on this body of water, I can't even describe how unbelievable it is what he's. Look, there are a lot of Great Lakes fishermen that are watching this broadcast, and it is so hard to do day in and day out. I hate to say this. Chris makes it look so incredibly easy every time he does it. And if you've gone out in that lake and done that, it is so unbelievably hard. It's hard physically, it's hard mentally. And you look at what time he got his work done at. The dude was done at noon in a 30-mile-per-hour wind, and it was flawless.
That is mental and physical toughness right there. Absolutely. We had this argument about are fishermen athletes or anything. Yeah. What he was doing out there was athletic as all get out.
I'll tell you, this is there was a writer out of Canada that he compiled a list years ago. He's a great writer, John LaPera, and he compiled his top 10 best smallmouth fishermen ever. And in 1 and 2, and this was like 5 years ago, 1 and 2 was Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston, and I looked at that list, and I didn't know them very well yet. All you need to do is watch the footage today. It solidifies that list that he put together.
Absolutely. Ronnie Moore, long before we came here, people say, oh, we'll go way over 100 again. The late picks were, no, we're not going to make 100. We're saying Chris Johnston has 27 pounds. Davey said it. I think we'd all agree with that.
A couple people watching online have texted me during the break saying, hey, he's closer to 30 than he is 25, and I wouldn't be surprised at that either. If Z is talking about this is the riskiest day and the possibility of the lowest weight day out of our 4 days, 100 pounds has definitely got to be on the. But to do it flawlessly, you still have to have absolutely a phenomenal day 2, 3, and 4 to make it happen. I would not put it up against Chris Johnston to do that, though.
All right. Such, is anybody kind of saving their place or saving their spot on the big stage? Because that's another thing we're watching here, requalification.
Well, Joey Cifuentes, if he didn't call out that last 2-pounder, he's fallen 11 points in the Rookie of the Year, so Fujita could take it over. And we may end up with
after our midday break. Wow. Any other depressing thoughts? I'm joking.
There's your leaderboard right there. We think that's more than what Chris Johnston is showing there unofficially, according to Bass Track. Cooper Gallant, big surge through the morning. His weights came in a little bit later. His coverage was hard to do, but we look to see more of him this week. And let's take a look now at our Yamaha midday report. See what's happened if you've missed out what went on this morning. Early start, super start by one Joey Cifuentes, 2-time winner already this season.
Exactly right. If you're a big fan of Bassmaster Live, wondering, hey, why aren't they showing any footage of Cooper Gallant? We do have a camera in his boat.
Yes.
We are just not getting a feed. He was in. We saw some really rough water with Chris Johnston and Cooper Gallant in equally as big water. But earlier today, that one right there to start the day for Joey Cifuentes. Seems every time that he has been on camera, big smallmouth the last few weeks, fishing in the mouth of the St. Lawrence River from about 30 to 55 feet of water. You can definitely tell he's catching them a lot deeper than a lot of other anglers. And the one thing about Joey Cifuentes, it's been interesting to watch in the mouth of the St. Lawrence, right around Cape Vincent. Boy, they bit fast, but it also ended very quickly.
Yeah, he hit a wall pretty early on today. Now, Kyle Welcher, he was still running basically by the time Cifuentes was done.
Point well made, Tommy. Making about, call it from Cape, really, let's call it from Clayton, really right around 50-mile run on the north side of Lake Ontario. We're going to stay a little bit vague on that until we get into the weekend with Kyle Welcher. But I can promise you, he had an area all to himself. Not many people making the run on the north side of Lake Ontario today, getting his job done and getting out of there very, very quickly. Kyle Welcher said 17 to 23 feet of water, one bite zone. The other one was 30 to 55 feet. And I promise, he only fished about 2 spots at most this morning.
All right. We picked up with Brandon Cobb very early. Brandon Cobb got going really early. In fact, had himself on top of the leaderboard for a while today.
Exactly right. And Brandon Cobb making the comment he wanted to be in the lake today. Said he was going to play it a little bit closer to the vest. Well, not a bad call. Brandon Cobb unofficially right now just under 23 pounds, getting it done in that Cape Vincent area, fishing pretty much 30 to 45 feet of water. And one of the interesting things, the main stretch that he caught him on, way more sand than rock, kind of just a current funnel that we have covered in years past.
Brandon Cobb, Kyle Welcher, this one has all the earmarks of something that could go right down to the last hour of fishing on Championship Sunday here. This is a race that just 2 guys that will not, absolutely will not back off.
Exactly. Good day for Brandon Cobb so far. And earlier this morning, we were with Chris Johnston right around the Cape Vincent area. Corey was right over his shoulder. And it started early and often. And really the day turned around. You see him fishing that Cape Vincent area, right? Joey Cifuentes was a couple hundred yards away. It was making the decision to leave that river mouth and go around the corner on the Canadian side. And those were nice chunkers, as you heard Chris Johnston say, nice solid 4-pounders. But when he made that move right there, fishing on the Canadian side, and we saw big calls between 10 and noon from Chris Johnston. And as you guys said, absolutely unbelievable to watch in all of those waves. It does seem like the wind has started to shift, to lay down a little bit. That area right there should be dead flat calm on day 2.
In some sort of perverse way, if the weather gets slicker and calmer, it's like Chris Johnston loses a little bit of his advantage on this field here.
Well,
you know? That's
honestly, I do really think there will be more company.
Yeah.
Today, and I know a lot of our viewers that fish there know this, is southeast wind, you're okay from Grenadier down to Henderson. It may not be enjoyable to get to where you want to fish, but it's fishable. But really from where Chris Johnston was at all the way down to where Kyle Welcher was, not a lot of guys made that run today because that was where the wind was blowing into. I think it'll be more crowded tomorrow.
It'll populate that area.
It'll populate that
and
area.
And further, even, possibly?
Yeah, I think much further tomorrow. Yeah. Yamaha Midday Report.
That's the plan anyway.
I think you will see a lot more guys really gamble tomorrow, running.
Got the smallmouth.
All right. Man, I'm sore already, and it's just happened. But I mean, that's kind of what you have to do when the wind blows here if you want to stay in contention in this tournament. I mean, some people are going to catch some low to mid 20 bags in the river, but to consistently compete here, you just have to go to the lake. So there was never a question in my mind. I just didn't know how long it was going to take us to get there. And I mean, it took us almost 2 hours this morning, and at least that or more to come back. We only fished for a couple hours out there. So if that wind would have laid down, it'd have been a lot more fun. But man, when it's windy, the fish bite, actually. But you just gotta go slow, kind of respect the water, and then just make your way through it. It ain't gonna be easy.
We talked about the camera not giving those waves enough.
I'm from the south, so obviously I'm gonna think they're bigger than they were, but a couple of them had to be at least 8 foot tall. I mean, some of them you couldn't see over. So I'm gonna say 8 footers.
Tommy, we need to show that pic of him running with cameraman Jake Latondras getting
Yes.
the goods.
Oh man, yeah.
I'm gonna go off of Snake Plissken. He has a Justin Herbert look about him too.
It's Justin Herbert, Snake Plissken, and Tarzan all kind of wrapped up into one.
Hey, seriously, Jake Latondras saved us last tournament. Get some great screenshots.
Yes.
But that right there.
There it is. Man, oh man.
That is the bowl of honey. You just want to kiss it around.
You know, an eye patch. It messes with your distance, but we got machines to do distance perception now, so it doesn't matter. You can put the eye patch on. Right?
Latondras with the camera. I'm not sure that was approved by executive producer Mike McInnes or Chase Anderson to have that camera out right there.
After the fact, it'll probably be approved because it was so good.
Great footage. Great stuff. And you can see he is pretty much he's ready to start day 2.
Looks like a very wise decision right now, because I ain't catching nothing in this river.
Well, that's some pretty dramatic stuff there. Good stuff for our show. That running shot with Kyle and Chris Johnston, of course, out there being pretty physical with those waves, and he gave us a few pointers on how he fights those sort of conditions.
Come on, baby. Don't do it. It's a good one.
So the lake, I believe, has better quality fish, but you can't always get out there to catch them. But if I have a chance to go fishing between the lake or the river, I'm gonna go to the lake. It's a little closer to my house. To go out in big waves like that, you have to be keyed in on the fish. Like, you need to have a pod of 30, 40 fish and be able to catch them all in one spot quick. You can't go catch one here, catch one 5 miles away like you can when it's calm. So it's gonna add some adversity to this tournament, the wind, and I'm gonna have to go out and kind of brave the elements and see what happens, but I'm looking forward to it, and I'm gonna have a rain suit on all day, I guarantee it.
Oh. That's what we're after, baby. Woo! We had to work for that one. Yeah, baby. Yeah, so that's about a 4-pound colt.
Hey, we're seeing really, the guys that braved it, like Chris Johnston, especially Kyle Welcher, making a massive run and it working. The other side of that gamble is doing horrible, making one of those
always
monumental runs.
Always
and listen, that's one of the gambles of Great Lakes. And we're going to see, obviously, being with the leaders in this tournament, we're going to see the positive side of that. But there are way more negative sides of it where you go out and make one of those runs and then see water like you saw with Chris Johnston or Kyle Welcher, and your outcome is so epically different than we see with the leaders.
A real little one.
And even, I mean, you get there, you catch the fish, you still have to make it back. And that's the one part of your boat that you can have the best equipment in the world and just something goes haywire on the run that prevents you from making it back, and that's the the scary part of big water as well is just things that are out of your control. You can go catch the fish all day long.
I gotta do something.
Yeah, we had some problems like that wiped out some fishing days on Lake Champlain.
Hey, and
for
that
sure
could absolutely still be a story in this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
As we go along.
Absolutely. Well, it's been fun to watch. There was a lot of excitement here on this day. Let's take a look at our leaderboard right now. And Chris Johnston on top. We think by a good margin more than what's shown there, estimated on Bass Track. Cooper Gallant, one of the pre-tournament favorites, that's for sure. The record holder, Jay Shakurit, right there in third place. Cobb and Welcher, man, oh man, that's the story of the day for sure. Josh Douglas, Tyler Yvette, Fujita, and all the rest.
The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Well, for some of our anglers, not much more than an hour's time left in the fishing day on day one of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. We did have, Kyle Welcher mentioned a few minutes ago, there would be some guys in the river to have 20-pound bags. I think we saw Scott Canterbury turn right out of Clayton.
Yes.
And he's got a 20-pounder back there in 15th place, probably some others as well. So there's plenty of stories to run down as we look back on this day and start to pick it apart. We've got some more fishing to watch before that.
Have to start to wonder if Corey is kicking himself a little bit for not going out a little further into the lake. Said he was going to try to get out there, but it was not fishable. Obviously, Chris getting it done, and here's the other thing, that area that Chris did his damage in late in the morning, it's not like that was a guarantee. He wasn't fishing very deep, call it right around 20 feet of water looking at the screenshots of his graph, but guys like Seth Feider was in that same general zone having a rough day. So it was not a guarantee out on the lake today. Talk about big doings on the water. Big doings here at JM Associates. Saltwater Fishing Championship starting today, I understand.
Right here in the same.
Robbie Floyd, our on-the-water reporter at the Classic.
Everybody knows him from the Classic.
Creeping it real around the studio.
His hair is made for saltwater. The wind blown.
Him and Peter Miller, they're
exactly.
perfect on saltwater.
Salty. Well, everybody's got a job to do this week, depending on how many days you fish, and that's make sure you don't break everything on your boat.
No.
That's a huge help. Davey Hyde gave us some thoughts about how you manage to keep your electronics and more up and running during a tournament like this.
I wanted to talk a little bit about what we've been talking about all year, but really the last few weeks for sure. Forward-facing sonar, Humminbird Mega Live. This technology is incredible, but what I really wanted to explain is if you've never been on the big lakes and never been on this big water, rough water is not your friend with forward-facing sonar. It's really tough, and that's why you've heard anglers talk a lot about, man, it really depends on the wind, how good we think we can catch them. If you look at my Mega Live, you can see the screen just going up and down, but I'm drifting with the wind. I'm going to show you something real quick here. I'm going to spin the boat around. Real quick. You got the bow into the wind, and you really see the way that it's like a flashlight. Instead of the flashlight being right on that fish, the flashlight is up and down. Real important. Pay attention to the wind. Try to get out of the wind. Get behind an island. Maybe some of the guys staying in the river with the wind blowing a little more today. Something you definitely have to think about when you're using Mega Live.
Thank you, Davey. Things considerably calmer out there than they were 2 or 3 hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely. You could definitely feel that wind is starting to lay down and Generally, when it lays down, you'll have a shift, and that's definitely what we're going to have going into tomorrow. The other thing, I said a big hats off to the marshals, all the cameramen and women, the anglers that are out there, but you cannot stress the first day of this tournament last week on Lake Champlain. Today, after the weigh-in, boy, this is when the service crews, they earn their keep all year long, but this is going to be a long, long day for those folks.
And what's cool to see with those service crews, if you're a certain brand motor, if you're a certain brand electronics, even if they don't have a service crew there specifically for you, competing brand service crew members will hop on your boat and make sure it's fixed. They will never say no. They will make sure to take care of you, whether they're there for your brand or not.
It hasn't always been that way, Ron.
No, not,
just so you know.
not in the past.
When you were a No, they all work together.
So
very, very cool to see that.
Scott Martin just landed a 5-4. He's our 20th bag over 20 pounds on Bass Track today.
Ooh. It's going to be closer to 40, isn't it? 40, maybe even more?
Z, are you shocked? I saw earlier, it may be incorrect, may not be, but it looked like Martin was one of the guys who took a right out of the ramp and went into the river more compared to going to the lake, at least early. He may have made that decision and switched now.
I thought I saw his image down there.
In the lake.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah,
Okay.
Further down.
Well, I saw.
He made a pretty healthy run, it looked like.
Yeah.
Okay. Then my question is null and void. I was going to
Got
say
it.
he has to win this event to make the Classic. He is too far back to just get regular points. He has to win.
See, I was just looking at the map and saw Cody Huff. He's got over 20 pounds. Right next to him, close, is Drew Benton. He's got one fish for 4 pounds.
Drew Benton, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they,
No,
were
Scott
there all
Martin's-
day.
Scott Martin's out in it. He's in the abyss. You definitely see some of your anglers starting to
See
get
him now.
way closer to Cape Vincent.
But that goes to the point. You'll see the guys head to the lake even in unfavorable conditions because out of dire, like they have to. So we see a boat passing by. Joey Cifuentes.
Come on, Biggin.
Bassmaster Trivia.
Oh.
Pops up from the bottom of the screen there. How many 2022 Angler of the Year top 10s are back in at this point, you mean, Such?
Need a 5-pounder?
Yeah, they have to edit this down to fit in there. Yeah, how many from last year's top 10 in AOI 2022 are there again this year? How many we got have made top 10s both years so far? I mean, it may fall out this week.
We know Polinick and Lester aren't in that, so
I'm going 2.
I'm going to go 4. C.
I'll go in between on 3 with B.
I'm just
Let's get the answer here.
I'll be darned.
Walters is
was 3.
5th both years. Shakir at 4th and 10th now. Cox 10th and 8th. John Cox.
John Cox got off to a quick start today.
You think Cox is out in the lake?
He was close. He was
He's at
very
the mountain,
close.
but not out.
No,
No.
Don't get me wrong. He was behind an island, but he was.
Hey, Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. Patrick Walters with the 6-pound even bass.
He was 39 points from the classic or from the AOI lead. If any of the boys at the top stumbled.
He's got 19 and a half today. He's got 1 4-pounder and the rest are 3s. Right
so he's
behind
got all
Cifuentes
21
now.
then, that's what you're saying.
in there.
I got like 18.
Who said that? Corey?
That was Corey.
Corey.
Yeah, I thought we were a little bit off on his weight. Talked about that before the break.
Says 14 and change,
Now,
14,
hey,
14.
For in all honesty, guys like Joey Cifuentes and Brandon Cobb have a major decision to make tomorrow. Both of those anglers said their game plan was to go to the lake. But how do you not tomorrow stop in that mouth of Cape Vincent?
Get a good bag quick.
And as fast as they bit this morning, how do you not stop there for 30 minutes and then roll?
Yeah, when Brandon was talking about that this morning, I thought, wait a minute, you're not doing too bad, right? That was right in the middle of him, just catching him like crazy. I think you do a whole lot better than his first hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm looking at the weather. Clayton, it says light rain and showers all morning till about, well, afternoon. So what does that do?
I said that earlier.
It's going to be the same as this, Such, just going to be a lot more fishable with the wind.
Not windy.
Yep. I mean, it's going to be a great day to fish on the lake tomorrow. There will be some residual waves in the morning, a little bit, but there's gonna be some giant stringers caught. I think tomorrow's gonna be the best day of fishing.
I just want to see how big you are, bud. See if you got any meat on you. You'll definitely cold one, I think. If I can get them in here. Just a little football. Look how short and fat that thing is. Just beautiful fish. Probably 3. Definitely helped the cause. Yeah, 3.5. Good little coal there. Man. Makes me sick looking at that one fish. See if he's got any grown buddies down there. Any 5-pounders. Do what? Oh, okay. Yeah, I made a little upgrade right there. Threw out a 2-pounder for a 3.5, so that's good. Kind of had a slow day today. I mean, started out phenomenal. I mean, everything you want and more. A 6-pounder, a 4-pounder, a 4.5 to 3/4 pounder. So I need to make a couple upgrades here. I can do it here. I mean, there's big ones here too. I don't have the confidence here that I do out there where I started this morning, but it's just really too rough. The wind's blasting in there. That's kind of why I got out of that spot. Plus I got a 6, so. But not bad so far. could be some big ones right here. I mean, there's a big old pile of them down there. It could happen in a heartbeat.
Should put Cifuentes over 21 pounds, keep him in contact with Fujita for Rookie of the Year.
They seem to bite down here a little better.
Cifuentes need a couple of upgrades. You heard him right there. A phenomenal start this morning, and he's just in the top 20 right now with that upgrade he just got there. Chris Johnston, though, 27 pounds. We think, unofficially, Cooper Gallant, Cole Sands, Bob Downey, Josh Douglas have all fished their way into the top 10 over the last couple of hours here. So, yep, guys on the move and plenty of fishing left to go. Don't go away.
Yeah! No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
Welcome in. We got a lot of fantasy football talk going on in the Bassmaster studios, but at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I may have just gotten the first pick of the draft. You know, nobody cares about that. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, we're talking fantasy fishing, though. When it comes to the St. Lawrence River, this is our 9th Bassmaster Elite Series event here. 7 straight times. We've been here every year since 2017 season. So we kind of have some chalk guys in mind. Guys that when you think of the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, that you have to put or consider for your Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing team. The problem is a lot of those anglers were in bucket A and bucket B. You had to pick between in bucket A, Cooper Gallant, Jay Shakurit. That was a hard decision to make when you can only choose one per bucket. Meanwhile, in bucket B, you had both Johnston brothers. You also had Brandon Polinick, I believe, in bucket B. There were a lot of anglers in those top 2 buckets to consider, but a guy in a lower bucket, bucket C, Paul Mueller, he is one that you can put on here as a chalk angler because of how good he's done the past few years. All of these guys in the top 15 of the tournament on Bass Track right now, they should continue to be for sure things throughout the rest of this event. Now when we go over to Mercury Drain the Lake, there's another end of the spectrum. You have 8 anglers. You can only use them once when you pick them. So a lot of our I would say well over 50% of our Drain the Lake squads that people have picked this week have the likes of Chris, Corey, Cooper Gallant, maybe Gustafson, Jay Shakurit. You have 5 or 6 of the same anglers on most of the Drain the Lakes. But for a couple of the top teams I've noticed, guys like Josh Douglas, maybe you maybe picked him at St. Clair or Champlain. Some saved him here. He is doing very well. Meanwhile, if maybe you've been, I guess, bearish or bullish on Tyler Rivette, you may have saved him to the end of the year. You have to put him into play. He's actually paying off for you this week in the top 10. And then Bob Downey, a guy that doesn't get a lot of publicity, a lot of love on strictly smallmouth places. He is one of our best Midwest anglers. He showed it last year at the St. Lawrence River, a top 10 finish there. He is once again in our top 20 of Bass Track, doing well for a low percentage pick. So whether you go low percentage at the end of the year because you have to make up points, or you go chalk, there are a couple good options in our top 15. Plus, if you think about our Angler of the Year leaders, Brandon Cobb, Kyle Welcher, very, very low percentages. This is not where they're supposed to shine, yet they're in our top 10.
Who in all the universe of fantasy players would not save Chris Johnston for this tournament?
I know.
Who?
I know. I saved him.
Everybody did, right? He's got to be on everybody's.
I would say, yeah. I was saying that well over half of the teams consisted of those 5. That's a that's a hard
How about this
proposition.
Group C pick? Scott Martin is 3rd, 5-pound, 4-ounce fish. He's up to 3rd place with 24 even. He needs to win to get in the Classic.
He is out there, too. He is out there in the elements. And just to correct that map, Kyle Welcher has made it back to the river.
To win the AOI is, to me, that's the most. I know the Classic, everybody says, is like the biggest trophy in bass fishing and everything, but AOI, to me, the Classic, you won one tournament. AOI, you had the best season out of 100 of the best anglers in the world. So winning AOI would be, that's, to me, it's the tip-top performance when it comes to bass fishing. And one of the hardest things to do. everybody asks me, like, well, you know, what are you doing different this year or anything like that? It's just one of those things where everything has to go right almost. Like, there's nothing you can really plan or make happen to have a chance to win AOI. If it was, everybody would do it. It's just you have to capitalize on every moment all year. In the desert now, I don't see anything.
$20-pound bags question. We just hit 20-pound bags. Yeah. Okay, both you and Ronnie Z are saying we're going to get to 40.
I think so.
To 40. Okay, so the question is, what's going to be the cut one? Tomorrow.
I think we got to make a move
50th
again,
place
right?
tomorrow. What's it going to be?
Mid-19s.
Let's do it.
Per day?
Per day.
Yeah.
You think 39? 39?
I think so, guys.
Okay.
I mean, I was well past Z. I think the whole top 50 will have 20 pounds today. There's just too many 18 to 19 pound bags that could turn into 20, and then there's.
I don't know that I disagree.
I was also way under at Champlain, so I had to kind of overcompensate for it this way.
Well, as you know, it all comes down to this week. That race is important from day one, but boy, it gets into clear, sharp focus as we come into the last 4 days of fishing. 4 days everyone hopes to fish in this tournament here. And Kyle Welcher, Brandon Cobb, 6 points separating them coming into this event. They have been back and forth all day long. I don't know where it stands exactly points-wise right now in real time, but it won't be in the books until we get to the weigh-in anyway. Drew Cook, great season yet again. Drew Cook always up there in those standings. Jay Shakurit, everyone expected him to do well. Everyone expects him to be probably second to Chris Johnston, in my thinking, as far as favorites in this tournament. Patrick Walters, who was saying he thought it was going to be really tough today, and he's got him a 6-pounder in the boat there. So we got a lot of.
Not going to be settled tomorrow. It will not be settled.
No, I don't think there's any way possible.
The only thing we'll be able to settle for our Angler of the Year or Rookie of the Year is those who miss the cut. It'll narrow from a 6-man race to a 3-man race to a 2-man race, that type of deal.
Joey C. Fuentes, 6'10". Kyoya Fujita, those were the standings coming into today. We'll see how that pans out when we get to a weigh-in time, but what a great Cooper Gallant. Might make himself a little bit of a move up that leaderboard as well. Sounds like he's had a terrific day out there today.
Oh, yeah.
We've got more fish in there. Oh, vast. The Bassers.
Captain Morgan.
Yeah. He's here somewhere.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, he's in there in spirit anyway, for sure.
He's always been there.
We'll be back in just a minute.
Bassmaster Live.
There and see how this one turns out. Joey C. Fuentes, you saw him fighting that one. Played through there. Okay.
Nice fish. Just don't know if those will help.
I don't know if that's going to beat 2.5 or 3.
Should help a little bit. Could be a 4-pounder.
Wow. For guys that need to win this tournament to get to the Classic, Scott Martin, Josh Douglas, they have done their job today. Holy cow.
Even Cole Sands.
Yeah.
Maybe a top 20 gets him, but otherwise he's got
Those are run of the mill here, folks. 4-pounders. That's a 3.5. That should be a little one.
Well, he gave us the opening fireworks in our effort to show you some live fishing today from this great event on the St. Lawrence. Big fish right out of the box for Joey C. Fuentes.
And if you have hung out with us all
Not a
season
giant.
long on the Bassmaster Elite Series, You can tell what his wheelhouse is. Every time that we have seen him, he has been fishing this way, predominantly with a drop shot this tournament around. 40 to 50 feet of water. Said he wanted to fish in the lake, but said with the history he has here, not scared to fish in the river. Started in the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, leading into the lake 40 to 50 feet deep. Pretty much everything he looked at on his graph. Anchoring his bag won well over 6 pounds that we saw earlier today. Very, very solid day number 1 for Joey Cifuentes.
Went top 20 at Okeechobee, then 1 at Seminole. Made this stuff work at Clay Lake. Good job. Had an open here on the St. Lawrence.
Corey is officially updated. 24th is more accurate with his 19 pounds or so.
Man, it's been a tough day. I'm looking at 20 fish on the screen right now. They're just so hard to get to bite. They get pressured and, man, it's tough, but if you can get them to bite, they're usually the big ones. You can see them go down, look at your stuff, but they just won't eat it. I think I got the smallest one in the group.
See Corey still hanging around the river mouth in the Lake Ontario.
I haven't really seen him yet, but he doesn't feel like one of those great big ones. It's coming up way too easy. It's a baby. 3-pounder maybe. Fat those things are. I think he's gonna help. No. There's got to be some 4-pounders down there.
Well, you'd expect Corey to be up a little higher, just because expectations are so high for this guy when he comes to the St. Lawrence River. But all in all, kind of keeping pace.
It's fairly amazing, though. You could tell he is not in the best mood in his boat right now. We've got him somewhere between 18 and 20 pounds, and the problem is that just doesn't cut it if you're vying for a win. And obviously that is what he does every time he comes to the St. Lawrence River. But to get a little bit behind the 8 ball on day 1, kind of frustrating, because he got to watch his brother catch some very key big ones early, and Joey Cifuentes a couple 100 yards away, really targeting 40 to 50 feet of water earlier today. We did see one great big one, which appeared to be a little bit shallower, but just not a lot of quality bites. And like I said, that is all relative, because he still has a really good stringer, but not past that. What seems like you have got to have past 22 pounds today to be in the mix to hunt this thing down, because it appears it's going to take all of that, average-wise, to hold the trophy on Sunday.
So he'll have to leave these pressured fish behind and get down there in the lake tomorrow.
You will not see him remotely anywhere near the mouth of that river, for the majority at least of tomorrow.
On the corner of the Eastern Maine.
We'll come do a drive-by.
You like the Turnpike Troubadours? Pretty good, man. They're my jam.
Decent.
Been listening to them
Decent,
for
like 22 or 3?
since college.
Yeah. What about you? Good? Like real good? Huh? Didn't give me a weight, but if he says real good as this lake, he's probably got close to 30 pounds. I would assume.
See if I can get me another 4-pounder.
Who was that?
You kind of expect it though with him, right? Out here.
I think we're talking about Chris.
Based on the carpet graphic I see, based on the carpet graphic I saw in the background, it looked like Chris.
Yeah, if Chris Johnston says really good,
You would be talking 30 pounds.
That's right. Be an interesting day at the weigh-in with Dave Mercer, Bassmaster Live.
What's the record? Such, I think the final day, Corey Johnston had 28.2 or 28.8.
He had that bad day 3 that he really lamented, 21-pound day 3.
The biggest smallmouth all limit we've ever had was that was it, 28.8. So we should see that fall today,
if he
possibly.
didn't need it, I can go to it. So now that means he's not good. That's funny. I feel like being good on these lakes up here is different than like being good. Like I'm pretty good on Hartwell, but I don't catch them every time. Like it's not, every year is different, like everything changes. I feel like when you're good out here, you're just good out here. Like they always are there. All right. Seeing a cup.
He's mighty good back home, but man, he seems to be able to get it done just about everywhere, and certainly proving today that he was ready to go on the St. Lawrence.
Yeah, and Brandon Cobb, and I know a lot of our viewers will relate to this. He's a really good spotted bass fisherman, obviously cutting his teeth on Lake Hartwell. There is a connection. We have seen that for decades on the Bassmasters. Really southeastern anglers or spotted bass anglers from California, they're just really good on smallmouth bodies of water. And he's proven this year, even though he said this is his weak suit in his game, he has done fantastic on the smallmouth lakes that we have gone to so far, concentrating 30 to 50 feet of water. Brandon Cobb, yet consistent. Consistent yet again, Tommy.
He might.
It's opened his day.
It's the end of the year, man. I'm trying, just trying to get to the finish.
First hour and a half for just under 5. I mean, just right out of the box for Brandon Cobb. You can't beat that.
So I'll say this, 28.8 is the biggest elite series. I forgot about Chuck Economo. 29.1 at Pickwick was all smallmouth. So 29.1's the all-time B.A.S.S. all smallmouth limit weight. 28.8 is the biggest elite series all smallmouth weight.
And really need to give it up to Cooper Gallant. I mean it. When I talked to him yesterday and told him we had a camera with him, he's like, oh, no, please no. He was in that bad a shape. Said it was an unbelievably slow, tough practice for him. And we said early in our broadcast on Bassmaster Live, he made the comment, he said, I don't even know where I'm going to start.
Yeah.
It was the right area.
Yeah, apparently.
They said that cameraman said they'd be heading back to the river by 2 Eastern. So he has already started running back within the last 15, 20 minutes. So maybe to end the show, we will see pictures of his day.
They'll be able to upload the catches.
We will make
to us,
adjustments with the technology we have to be sure we see Coop Gallant tomorrow.
And that is a little bit, a little bit of a worry tomorrow with anglers that are going to get in the Amherst area, is that there is not a ton of coverage out there. So that'll be a little bit of a challenge, but
everything on the Canadian side is always
a little sketch,
a little dicey.
Do one more cast here and then. Need me about a, well, 4-pounder. 4-pounder, I'd take 4-pounder. 4.5 would be great. Oh, 4.5er. As soon as I get done drifting on this, we're gonna move. Usually catch one fish like that off a spot and it's done, typically. Either you pull them out of there, or
Out to Kyle Welcher, 6th place right now, made the run. If you're just checking in, made the run out to the lake. Good, hefty run out there, and it paid off for him.
I believe we do have, and this is scary, Chris Johnston is already creeping around Clayton. Probably a smart move right there.
Yeah. It'd be hard to upgrade from where he is right now.
He did the bulk of that off of 2 spots. And they were the only 2 spots he stopped on.
Yeah.
Boy, rookie Cole Sands is really having a comeback. He started 102nd in the first event. He's hanging around the 70s, 80s. Last 2 events, he was about 50th, and he got inside Classic Cut with, if he stays around 10th place.
Great season since then. Absolutely. I mean, terrific. One of the stars of the Strike King College Bassmaster Series. Cole Sands in our top 10. It's getting really interesting, really.
He's Ronnie's guy.
Cast of players.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Said.
Yeah, Ronnie.
He just did.
Always with the Cole Sands talk.
That's right.
Any conversation.
Tournament Bassmaster Live.
He is a good one. Yet another great rookie, Cole Sands.
Absolutely.
Tied for 9th place with Tyler Rivette, Josh Douglas, after a really, really rough start to his tournament last week at Champlain, getting a 0 for one day. Cifuentes, Welcher, Cobb, Shakurit, Martin, Gallant, and Johnston. Got some more fishing on the way.
One of the most amazing things about this classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
A new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that Coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces! Yossi gets it done! And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion!
Yes!
A glitter! No way!
Live coverage of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Toyota.
Lots of different stories, and we've seen a lot of changes in those stories today. We got Josh Douglas desperately needing to do something big here, doing something big, trying to keep his place in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Scott Martin needed 41st place to fish the Classic. He's climbed to 41st place. Wow. He's in 3rd overall right now. Chris Johnston.
Oh boy, he is.
He
is backing him up.
Yes. I would have to think wisely.
Yeah, Chris Johnston already at our takeoff in Clayton, New York. Looks like he's got a nice solid stringer, a smallmouth.
Yeah.
We did miss one really big one. I think it was one of his last fish. We're going to roll it right now. This was earlier with Chris Johnston.
Here we go. Come on, bite it. Didn't eat it. Hit a goby, hit it. Come on, eat it. Got him. Perfect timing to turn the screen on for you. I don't know. Don't know. It's definitely not a 2. Not 2. Could be 3. Could be 6. Oh, geez. Could be 6. All right, I'm gonna try a little harder now.
Yeah, he was very nonchalantly fighting that fish.
Could be the biggest one of the day. I'm just kind of fun fishing right now. It's about as thick as it is long. Here he comes. Oh, that's a fatty. Oh, yeah, baby. That is the biggest one of the day, and we were just fun fishing. Holy, that's a giant. Let's get a weight on him. Biggest one of the day, and I kind of laid off, just went fishing some kind of random stuff. How big do you think that one is? We got a 6-pounder. Yeah, baby.
Let's go.
That's what we're after. I don't even know where to begin on culling. Woo!
Got a 6. Oh man, where do I start?
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. Friendo. Power pole replay of the day, pretty easy. Chris Johnston, obviously one of the favorites coming into this tournament, getting a lot of work done early today, right around the Cape Vincent area, from 40 out to 55 feet of water. Had his brother fishing next to him for about the first 90 minutes. Joey Cifuentes, about 200 yards away, but it's when he made this move right here. Lake Ontario trying to tell all of these anglers to get out. Well, you know what? Chris Johnston said no. And that's when he did the majority of his work between 10 and noon today. Power pole replay of the day was Chris Johnston's entire day.
This one will help.
Unbelievable. When you come back to Clayton with a lot of time to go, things have went right.
Holy,
Tommy Sanders.
That's a giant.
6-pounder came at about right before 1 o'clock local time. There's about an hour ago. Hour and a half ago.
Wow.
Happy to show that one off, that's for sure.
And if today was supposed to be the toughest day, listen to Chris and Corey Johnston. There's no telling where we are headed, and he's going to have a full day of fishing tomorrow with the winds that he's going to have in that area of Lake Ontario that he'll exploit.
Not the biggest fish of the day. Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. Paul Mueller, 6 pounds, 8 ounces, up to 3rd place with over 24 pounds on the day.
There are a few people musing that Paul Mueller was due for a good performance here. And they were right.
He was 48th in AOI coming into this event. He needed to be in the top 15 probably to make the Classic, and right now, he's there. Big days for Classic consideration for Cody Huff, Cole Sands, Paul Mueller. A couple guys in jeopardy, some big names. Seth Feider doesn't have the fish yet, nor does Brandon Lester. And Mike Iaconelli could be in jeopardy after starting his season fantastically.
No, Seth's got just under 15 pounds, but he's going to need a big day tomorrow. Big day.
Doesn't have him yet, yes.
Right.
Iaconelli with just under 16, and that has him 38th.
And with not having a lot of anglers on Bass Track, around 15 pounds is going to be way down tomorrow.
Yeah. They pass all these other guys coming in. We see guys, all 5 fish come and jump into 20th and knock people further down.
Little. Never seen one. I don't think he's very big, but I can't tell. Oh, he's got a good head shake. It's not bad, but I don't know if he's in cool. He looks about the same size.
Right on the juice.
Not bad, but depends on how thick he is.
Goby.
I don't think he's thick enough. I can't grab him. Maybe. Pretty thick.
That's a pretty good one, Tommy.
Gonna be close, isn't it?
Really good one.
Gonna be close. Let's see what he weighs. first, because if he's like a heavy 4, we know he helps. Because that one was 450. He is. Oh, he might help a lot. And he cut my scales off. A little butt heads. I think he's a 5. I think my scales are done. This guy, he's a 5. Yeah. We're right at it. So let's put him in here. And now this is about to get very, very difficult. Probably spend about.
I mean, he's near 25 pounds today.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
Yet until that fish, he was 3 ounces away from Kyle Welcher. I mean, unofficially. How does that happen? That is just such a crazy, crazy turn of events there. Chris Johnston still on top now, back at the dock. His day is done, and he has done his job. Cooper Gallant, we'll learn more about his fishing day. Hopefully, maybe see some action. I mean, if we get lucky before the end of our broadcast today. Joey Cifuentes, Josh Douglas, Tyler Rivette, Brandon Cobb. Great stories. Be right back.
The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Some changes to note on our leaderboard now. Unofficially, Bryant Smith's numbers have come in. Great tournament last week for Bryant Smith, and he just keeps the momentum going. Look at him overtaking Chris Johnston by more than a pound with 26.8. Nothing below 5 pounds in his live well, a 6 as well. So that's a big, big eye-opener right there. And Mark Zona reminded me, I should have been promoing this weigh-in all along, because we're going to get a whole lot more story that appears at the weigh-in because of phone issues on the international border, marshal numbers, etc.
And really, you know, this is going to be one of those tournaments a lot like last week. There's guys that are just going to have a really solid day that are going to be shell-shocked after the weigh-in.
Yeah.
Actually, we're just getting some footage back from Cooper Gallant. Cooper is actually making his way back to the weigh-in, but we're starting to get some of his fish catches fed into us now, where he's been out of cell service all day. Bassmaster Live, Cooper Gallant.
Shell shocked like last year. A lot of guys came in and said, boy, I didn't realize.
Yeah. Obviously a great day for Cooper Gallant. You look at his 25 pounds unofficially.
The other side is, we knew that the river would be a little bit more of a player today, but the real truth is, if you did not practice in the lake, you did not watch the last decade of Bassmaster Live,
right.
because here's the thing, it is going to have been dominated there today and every single time these anglers run out there.
Yeah, a decade is right.
Yes.
2013, Brandon Polinick.
If you came to this tournament,
that was the turning point.
Yes, if you came to this tournament and said, I'm going to try to compete in the river, by the time this tournament is done, you will not have really competed, unless you're in the mouth of the river.
Again, this is Cooper Gallant earlier today.
Maybe not, it's just dark, but it's big.
Opened up with a 5-pounder, 9:20 a.m. And kept that pace up all day long.
Because it's so dark, it's still a big one. Whew.
We watched Chris Johnston battling those waves earlier, and Cooper Gallant was in the teeth of it all morning long, just north of where Chris Johnston did his damage later in the morning. So,
yeah, obviously not afraid to get out there and mix it up as well. We knew that coming in here. one of the favorites when the season was first announced. Can't say enough about Brandon Cobb, what he has done today.
For me. I just did just call once, but I just came on a big flat trying to, said I needed to find one big one just swimming around, and it's caught a 5-pounder, but pretty slow this whole afternoon other than catching that one, which I've caught a few fish, but my smallest one's like a little over 4.5, so it gets kind of hard to call at that point.
We go. Does Brandon have any idea that Kyle Welcher pretty much matched up with him today? For anyone that's joining us late here to check up on that race, man, oh man, it has not spread out at all.
We're safely close, and I don't think we're really going to call anything anyway. Kind of comes down into the potential reward does not outweigh the risk. Probably the biggest smallmouth bag I've ever caught. I think I had 23.5 out here one time.
We were talking about knowing a lot of our Great Lakes smallmouth friends that are watching this broadcast. There was a time, Tommy. There was a time that a 20-pound stringer of smallmouth opened people's eyes. You know what I mean? Like, listen, 25 years ago, if you heard the word 22 or 23, you're like, you are kidding me. And that is just like literally, that is the pace car right now.
Was he back in 78? Roland Martin won, and he almost had 20 pounds a day, 59.13 over 3 days. Then it got 15 pounds of weight.
Some footage from earlier today, the effort of Cooper Gallant out there.
He is in the ocean.
Giant. Woo! Yes. 2 more giants. We got a pretty big bag.
If you look at that caliber fish,
I don't want to make any stupid mistake here.
from that Cape Vincent area, within the first couple miles, and I've talked to Corey and Chris about it, it is a different strain of bass. It really is, the way it's built.
Fires me up, boys.
Is it just more food out there, less current? What is the deal?
What is the deal?
What is the deal?
It's hard to, I don't know, but really, we've called a lot of tournaments here. It is always either, well, like when we had the lake off limits, it's always either dominated, if the guys have enough time to fish down there within 2 or 3 miles of our cutoff. We've seen that. We saw the Open a couple weeks ago. They were caught in the same area. If you can get into that lake or real close to it, and you don't ignore it, if you ignore it, you're fixing to get your teeth kicked in at a weigh-in. Good day of fishing. Tomorrow will be really, really interesting. Not only with, obviously, the leaders in the Angler of the Year, but it's going to be interesting to see who really gambles tomorrow, because you're going to be able to make a wicked long run to areas that are very unpressured. What does a guy like Kyle Welcher do? What does, Brandon Cobb do? Brandon Cobb said, look, man, I'm going to go in the lake.
Yeah.
I don't know that he needs to. He's real close to the lake, but what a day of bass fishing.
Yeah, I mean, he's proven he can do it just about anywhere, and that's impressive. Cooper Gallant, hopefully, as Ronnie said, we may have the equipment where we can get some pictures from him live tomorrow. That would be very essential to the big picture.
Yeah, and if we got to see this with the worst conditions of the entire event. Going to be a wild ride into the weekend to end this season.
Fun day. Fun day, and we knew it would be. It always is when we come up here to this extraordinary place. Coverage coming up today right here on Bassmaster.com at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Our weigh-in will begin, and as Mark Zona clues us in, there is so much more of the story to be written when everyone, without marshals, without coverage, gets in to do that. Tomorrow we'll see you right here, same time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Day 2.